Hello and welcome back. We are going to be here continuing our Germany run in Victoria 3 that we have been playing on stream for patch 1.5. Now, I'm not sure, I guess we're just kind of involved in this sort of thing, but we also have both an election and a law pass that needs to be done, so I guess we can kind of figure out what we want to do here. And we do want to get onto proportional taxation almost certainly. We would make a lot more money that we could use for construction. And it looks like we're making a ton of money here, which of course we hates that, and so we definitely want to add more construction. I think the new heuristic for adding construction is pretty much just to, instead of being like, oh, I want this state construction efficiency here, you kind of, because of local prices, it's actually going to be heavily, the price of construction is going to be somewhat determined, so I think you just kind of look at the upkeep, and you look at the available labor in the state, and you do this. Hey Joey, how's it going? Hey 1122. How's it going? Hope you're safe. So I think we're going to lay down a few construction sectors. We're also kind of abusing the current mechanics for companies and kind of turning them off and on again. We're just looking where we have a lot of labor and we're adding a couple construction sectors here and there. But where they're cheap as well. But what we've been doing with the companies is we've been keeping 3 and then juggling 1 more. For the purpose of, you know, getting this construction bonus and the throughput, or mainly the construction bonus on a bunch of your stuff, but not, you know, and then, like, for example, right now we have one on clothes, right? We're building a ton of clothes. When all these clothes finish, we might swap out the clothes company for something else, right? And so that way we can constantly farm the construction bonus. I'm assuming that they make it so this, the company bonuses ramp up at some point in time, but with this current iteration of 1.5, that's not really what they're doing. And we'll take it on pause, and we'll be off on our way. We are currently having to deal with this. Oh my god, but... currently, the UI just for military feels really bad, and it feels like guys unassigned from fronts fairly often, and we're actually going to get kind of a little bit wrecked here, I guess. And also, just a bunch of stuff just feels very, very, very preliminary, but I do overall like where the new systems, I think, are going. And so, pretty happy about that. Do we want to kneecap the Junkers? Let's kneecap the Junkers. I think they're already pretty close to becoming marginalized here. And we can pass a law. So, we are on tenant farmers. I think homesteading would be okay. This will radicalize the Junkers, but they'll never catch us alive. We're on parliamentary, appointed bureaucrats. We slightly prefer elected. We're on public schools, no health system. We could go private health insurance. I mean, actually, you know what? SOL has just been uber depressed for this entire run. Now, this is 78 to 82, because we've had to swap sides quite a bit to kind of fix things that have been problematic. So I guess maybe we just go homesteading. I also think increasingly we've made an assessment. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Big Chungus. 5% birth rates is insane. Yeah, I think that of the company bonuses, this is one of the best ones. We could take a quick look at that, because I think people kind of care about the companies thing. But I think this is one of the best bonus. Krupp is... specific Krupp and Rheinmetall are both specific to Prussia, so we'll kind of leave them aside in the evaluation. But I do think the 5% birth rate is actually probably the best bonus. Really early on, I think the forestry conglomerate actually pulls an enormous amount of weight if you are a relatively backward country that has access to a lot of logging. Like, I think this one's insane. 10% minting, I'm not sure how good I think this is, but maybe it's an interesting one. Steel mills throughput is also seems pretty good, but the like +1 approval, like this is, nobody cares about that. I don't think that's a substantive bonus, and I'm guessing all of those just get replaced by something else, or it is a plus approval. I think it should be a plus approval bonus and something else. But the 5% birth rate, yeah, that is what they like to call in the business nutter. We of course have to designate strategic objective. It looks like, look at all the strategic objectives we've designated. Otherwise they don't push. which is pretty stupid. Pretty stupid. We also have come to the conclusion, since we are kind of playing on this, that rice is absolutely absurd. It is insane. So we are going to want to get rice. We're going to want to get rice somewhere. Unfortunately, Shaanxi, no rice. And Beijing, no rice. We are building up the silk, though. I think we might put it on auto-expand, maybe. Do have some rails here, but we actually have a lot of labor, so we're not going to turn on the labor-saving PMs there. But we'll keep them on here. Wow, I've been trying to think. So turning on the rails for everything is actually incredibly tedious. And I've been thinking the best way to solve it, and it might just be, you know, building rails everywhere and having them all on auto-expand. Just having level 1 rail everywhere, but certainly we want a level 1 rail everywhere over here, but I'm not sure what the exact solution to this is. Why don't we just put level 1 rails down in most places? Actually, we're just going to put a level 1 rail down everywhere, and then we're going to put them all on auto-expand. I don't know if this is the best solution, or this can't possibly be the best solution, but this is going to be a solution that lets us not have to micromanage super hard. And so these things will auto-expand, and so we will unlock access to like the rail PMs at what I hope will be a decent clip. We'll also go into development, and we'll put these on auto-expand. Hopefully they don't overbuild. This is my fear. Hey Java, how's it going? Can you explain how Navy works now? It doesn't. It's basically completely broken. The only thing you can really do is naval invasions, and in order to navally invade, you need to have both your army and your navy need to have general and an admiral correspondingly, and the army needs to be demobilized. It cannot be mobilized, you just put in the landing. Also, the navy has to not be where they are arriving already. So if the navy, because every navy actually has a location, we can actually move them around, deploy to sea nodes, station, this sort of thing. And so they have to not be in the location they're already going to be going in. So we get a little bit of a sway attempt here. Offers the war of subjugate Benin. And this is 0 infamy, right? What are they trying to do? They're trying to ban slavery in Benin and take a treaty port. Let's see. Also, these reverse sways are absolutely insane. So we're going to decline, and then we're going to ask for something else off of them. They've been getting a little bit better, but I think like we can pick up Newfoundland, which is, you know, decent for 0 infamy. And so these will get readjusted, but right now, you can do some interesting things with reverse sways. It looks like they've readjusted some of the values, though. That you used to be able to, like, reverse sway, like, absolutely insane type of thing. Oh, maybe we should have taken the other thing. Ask for liberate Mexico. Transfer one of these. Transfer Mexico. We might liberate Mexico. Liberate country. Brittany. We actually might also just stay out of this. Or we could sway the other way. Diplo pacts. No. We would want maybe something from them. War goals. So we can try and we can piggyback a war goal on this. Oh, can we not ask for transfer states anymore? Oh no, wait, we can. Just not transfer other states. So we might just get involved here and then just peace out, and this will be good. Just trying to find... Also, I think cutting off Congo is, like, one of the better things you can do here. In general. British is... Let's see, what is this? British Congo? British Congo is probably decent shout. But you used to be able to ask for, like, homeland, so I guess they've readjusted the values. I didn't see anything that there had been a patch, but I think they're gonna go for, like, little patches. But as soon as the war starts, we will get the rest of this Congo here. And in exchange, we will fight for them. But by fight, I mean we'll start the war and then we'll back down and peace out really early. We will also deploy some of our armies, I guess. We'll deploy that big one there. And this one there. So far, though, stuff seems to not work very well. I guess Russia, we get a little world war action here. Of course, let's see if there's any war goals on us. It doesn't look like it, so we should be able to capitulate just kind of as things start. We really want to add some of these construction sectors more at the front of the queue, so we're going to kick them up to the front. I think we're going to maybe double construction. Have you done a world conquest like max? I've done max full infamy. My France run is like that, but we stopped before 1900 because of performance. I've never done a world like a world conquest. I think is just not worth it for me in terms of like it's going to take it's just going to be really tedious for me in the end, I think. So and I'm not going to get as much video out of it as I would. Because, like, when the game starts slowing down, it starts taking me, like, it goes from taking maybe, like, 1.5 to 2 hours to make a 30-minute episode or something like this, to taking, like, 3 to 4 hours. And also, the later episodes, as, like, runs get deeper, less people are watching. People are generally more interested in how things are starting. Because they want to know how, or like, looks like we get the back down and we get the British Congo for our trouble. But people are generally seem more interested in, like, oh, how do I start? How do I play as this country? How do I do this? Than they do, you know, that whole shtick. We're going to add a bunch of Navy as well, just so we can have more interest, because reverse sways are really strong. I think this will be a lot more meta as things go on, so... we can't add through the interface that way. We can't add this way either. It doesn't really matter how big our fleet is, so... But it does matter... I wish it told us where would be the most expensive or the cheapest, but I guess we're gonna build some out of Pomerania, and then come here, add light ships out of Pomerania. And then come here, add light ships out of Pomerania. Like, this interface is going to be super nice once it actually gets nice, but right now it sucks. We'll just do this. Something like that. Could also rearrange stuff, but it's a little interesting. Played Japan today. Have an aristocratic revolt, start naval invasion in the capital, naval invasion not happen, have any ideas what problems? Sometimes they take a really long time, like they just get stuck up on something, because they are in an actual location and they have to move around on the map, so this could be what's going on, but also it could be the case that it just bugs out. Like, I had a thing bug out where, like, we waited years in the Japan run for like a naval invasion to happen, and it never, like, went in properly. Like, right here... our guys did not, new fronts were created while we were doing other stuff, and our guys unassigned from these fronts. And we know we have a lot of guys kicking around down here, or they're not pushing. Yeah, okay, so this is not a strategic, oh, it is a strategic objective. I have no idea why these guys aren't pushing, but we're not enforcing anywhere near as much. Like, so I'm kind of tempted to, you know, I've been doing a lot of swapping over to the other side, and then, backing down, you know. Like here, we, like, should have finished up this war forever ago, but, like, people are being stupid, so. Alright, we're gonna swap most stuff to publicly traded. I wish there was a swap all button for publicly traded specifically, that would be really nice, but there's not. I wish. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. The one who lives on Drury Lane? The performance aspects is what... How do conscripts work for the update? I think they just don't. But I'm actually not super sure. So... I apologize that I cannot... They said that they broke conscripts. If they work, they don't work properly. You can still conscript. But I think that it just raises the troops and you have to pay for them and they never arrive. Which is obviously not preferable. We have not been using conscription. Also, you can't use any cannons right now, which is a bit of a disappointment, because, like, one of the major features we're interested in. Let's also make sure we have a power plant in every province. That way we can, we're going to put these all on auto-expand as well. That way we can, you know, kind of try to turn on PMs without having to click literally every single province. The problem is like, I think we actually would not want to use power plants in a lot of these, like, unincorporated states. You know, I think we would rather just, like, use additional labor. And I really wish there was a way you could turn on all your PMs, particularly, like, specifically turn PMs for unincorporated versus incorporated. This would be nice. I think we're on... What's going on here? So I think we want to delete... Are we even natural spreading anything? Not really, not very well. So I think we're going to delete our Austrian university. Which, they won't like that, but, you know, no one ever needed education anyways. I think we can make do with 151 here. As soon as it hits 1890 to 1900, it's just awful. Yeah, I actually can play a little bit deep, as long as I don't have, like, 30k construction. So, like, if I'm not playing as a GP, I can play past 1900. Is the update playable in its current state? It depends what you mean by playable. If systems and, like, novelty interest you, then you should play it. If, like, having something that feels stable interests you, don't play it. I think generally the type of person who's asking, is it playable, probably shouldn't play it. Like, if someone's super excited for the new, like, whatever's going on, then you should play it. But, like, if you're asking, if you're concerned, then probably don't play it. I would check back in 3 weeks is what I would do. Also, I love how it's going to be meta to incorporate Beijing everywhere now, because the Forbidden City gets minus... Oh, did they change it? It gets minus throughput here from being unincorporated, and you definitely want the throughput because it's denying authority and legitimacy, so we will actually... actually, let's just 51 it. It'll need 51 eventually. And we're going to use those to incorporate it. And of course, at the front of all this, we're going to add some of that. We might downsize this barracks. You don't get Space Marines anymore, which is a thing. Are we at the point where infamy is just a number? No, we've been chilling mostly, just reverse swing. And just trying to eco up. We did, like, a vote earlier on, like, on one of the streams, like, hey, should we, like, go wild, and should we just eco? And, like, the warfare is choppy to the extent that just doing a ton of wars is, like, maybe not what we want to do. Do you think we'll hit 1 billion by the end of the session? Yeah. So we just, we started popping off a lot after coming into local prices. After we got to 0.9 MAPI instead of 85 MAPI, it just made a huge difference. And so, like, the economy started to feel like it did before. And also, like, all the construction costs are way higher, but, like, as we get more construction, we won't, like, so when you get to super late game in 1.4, what happens is, like, you stagnate, and each marginal building, each additional building is not worth a lot. Eventually, as you get super late. We haven't, like, our marginal buildings are still going to be worth quite a lot, especially as the MAPI approaches, like, 1 or 100%. And so, as far as tech goes, we're going electrical capacitors, but next, we're probably just going for macroeconomics here. You know, we're probably just clicking this. And this is the last source of MAPI we have yet to acquire. And we're just going to look to tech spread the rest of the stuff. Maybe we shouldn't have deleted those unis. If we start tech spreading 3 categories, we'll turn back up. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have deleted the unis. We probably want a level 100. But I think instead we can just, like, settle for a 75 over here. You know... Or let's just do up to 60 and do that for now. And so now we can declare a little bit of a war here. I think we want rice. I think we want some rice. We can only take treaty ports? Why can't we just take the state? What? We could take treaty ports even though... Oh, that is so interesting. Even though we have positive relations, we can take a treaty port. I think we're gonna start damaging relations though. And we have negative relations with Brazil, which we had been building up. And why can't we dominion Brazil? We have a truce with them. Fair enough. Do we have a truce with you guys? We do. These guys are our dominion already. We really... Rice is super overtuned, so we do want to get some rice. Would you recommend Holland for a 1.5 playthrough? The Netherlands? I wouldn't either recommend it or not recommend it. Actually, I would recommend... Netherlands should be fine. I think playing a country that that starts with traditionalism is going to be really uncomfortable at the start. And I think that's the thing. Are there any plans to upload any guides on the 1.5 war system? I'm not going to upload a guide for it in its current state. Such a guide's just not going to stand the test of time. Maybe we annex these guys? Alright. Or they might not even have rice. I think they have wheat here, don't they? Do I know my map? I do know my map. They have wheat. Oh well. We instantly get a native uprising. Big, sad. Yeah, warfare is just super tedious more than anything. That's kind of, because you have to have the strategic objective, in order to push anything. So, yeah. If services, transport, and electric had double MAPI and maybe not local price, would that be a fun change? That's one of the... I don't think that would be a good simulation, but that's one of the things I suggested to make the game less tedious. Right now, we're just engaging in something that's inefficient, where we're just auto-expanding and we built one everywhere, this type of thing, or we're going to build one everywhere. I'm not a fan of this just being inefficient, but maybe this is just how you have to do it. We're going to look where's the cheapest upkeep, and then wherever we have labor that's a cheap upkeep, we're going to add a couple more construction sectors. Something like this. I'm waiting for the day we can peacefully annex puppets. Yeah. Warfare makes me so tired of this game. It's exhausting to do wars. Yeah, the problem is if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. We've watched USA get clapped repeatedly, though. Russia lost to Circassia like 15 times, so that was funny. In the Japan run, Russia annexed Circassia, though, so I think they're fixing stuff. You know, they're making moves. The money moves. And so, Russia sides... Okay, so we can probably get our sway on here. Oh, that's our war. But this one... So we have Sokoto, and we have the UK. UK wants to open Sokoto market, ban it, and transfer Indian territory here. Let's see. Hey, they'll transfer subjects. What will you transfer? They'll transfer the Protectorate of Portugal, which probably is worth it. What states can we get from them? But this is just like, as we're saying, like, this is just like kind of obscene, right? We can either transfer Portugal or we could clean up like a bunch of borders. I think I like transferring Portugal, so transfer subject, and we're gonna ask for Portugal. Someone earlier on release like transferred like the Raj over like stupid colonial war. But we'll do that, and then this will put us at war with Russia, which is not too big a deal. Russia gets swayed, mobilize. But yeah, we've done a lot of just like swapping to other sides though, because yeah. Does MAPI represent logistics good enough in your opinion? I think it's an improvement. I think that players are not going to like it because it's framed in the sense of it giving you a malus rather than a bonus. And I had this discussion with someone on Reddit or in my comments or something like this. And overall, like, I don't know. They maybe need to frame it differently. I don't know why this gives national supremacy pop support. racist reactions, I guess. Whatever. And we do want Ingria to actually be the target, I think. And we'll get to land them. But because you're not getting bonus for vertical integration, you're just not getting a malus. So here with local prices, we are, anytime your local price is the same as your market price, is like, this is the most optimal situation you can get. And our market price and and local price of, both iron and steel is pretty tight. Iron and, in this province, both iron and coal are pretty close to market price, and so these get to be profitable, and then our steel has to sell at the really low price. But the steel, since their inputs aren't super expensive, gets to be a little bit more profitable, but they have to sell at the depressed rate. And so, I think overall it's a good thing, and it represents it fairly well, I think. I guess maybe we're gonna have to do some heavy lifting here as well. And then we're gonna have to do a naval landing here to annex Sind. And just keep an eye out for any Diplo plays. The reverse sways, I'm super happy that they're like incorporating this in this patch and not in the next patch, because I was thinking that it was gonna be on 1.6, and that this feature is here now is super nice. Obviously, it's not remotely close to balanced, though, in terms of how the AI treats it. It's just there in the game, which I think is how you have to think of, like, a lot of the stuff that they've put in 1.5, is, like, they're not saying it's balanced, they're just saying it's there. Like, the AI is, like, the AI on this patch is absolutely, like, unhinged. Did they fix some bugs? I think so, but it's still really rough. I think that they can't do any big, huge overall fix, because sometimes when you fix something, you break something else. Or this is my understanding of how games work. And so I think that they will be, this can't employ up. I think that they, like, the really big changes I think that they have to do a little bit slower. And we will see a lot of the big changes in, the really big changes later on in 3 weeks. Oh, maybe we do want to designate, Kyiv as the strategic objective. Let's do that, actually. Because we're going to be landing the capital. AI in this game is more A than I. Yeah. I'm not sure there's much I. Like, the UK giving us, like, now Portugal's our protectorate. What? Excuse me? I also don't like you can't diplomatically protectorate, but I'm guessing it was just broken, so they took it out of the game, which is fine. We see that our 46 stack also, this is really annoying, whenever you do a landing, the landing gets in with the navy, and then the army takes a while to arrive. Since it gets in instantly, you just full occupy the state, and then the army takes a while, but this creates situations where if they can push you back before your army arrives, everything's just bricked, so... Also, Russia's asleep at the wheel here. They certainly have enough troops to make this not a -99, but here we are. And the UK is getting landed again. I think MAPI is fine as a malice. I only felt bad reading log, but plays well. I think it plays well too. It overall depresses the economy and it forces you to be more local. And then when you start to unlock MAPI, then everything starts to feel globalized. Like, I think this is the key, like, play pattern, that it really feels like you're like engaged in like a globalization effort, and you're starting to get like bring on the international trade and like this sort of thing, and it feels pretty nice. I think we're gonna go investment banks after this. which is going to give us another corporation, which is actually nice. I think the corporations we have in right now are actually, if we had to stay on the company we have, I think we would use these 3. So that's pretty good. I think that, are we starting to finish? No, we have a lot of power plants queued. Once all of these finish, we're going to swap around some PMs. What the hell is this? Oh, we're just getting pushed. Come on, man. But, like, the notion that this is not tedious, like, this is, this warfare right now is, like, more tedious than it was before. And we moved guys to this front when this front was created when we initially joined the war, and somehow they're not here by now. I mean, like, maybe we need different mobilization PMs. Also, armies are materializing out of nowhere, and this is really annoying. You know, because we'd rather they don't materialize out of nowhere. We'll try and merge. We can't merge here, so if we give this guy a commander, we should be able to merge. Yeah. But we're trying to merge these 0-stack nothing burger armies. Also, I don't know if we can even delete navies, so there's that. But, you know, things are going okay. YouTube always gives me this pop-up at the start of the stream. It's like, you should run an ad now. And it's like, the stream's just starting, my guy. I gotta hit him with that during the walk breaks. This is like the entire YouTube experience is also just like a little bit foreign to me. For those of you who are unaware, I'm still like, I've been doing this for about a year, with the like actually being somewhat large. I've actually just been doing YouTube for a really long time, but like the gaming YouTube is relatively new, and that's the only one that ever popped off. They should fix the enemy troops that can go through your country to help landlocked countries. It doesn't make sense. I agree, but currently they just, yeah, I agree. 100%. Electrical capacitors is going to be big nice, but one of the problems is we're going to have to, like, yeah, this is actually going to be incredibly tedious. This is going to create an electricity shortage, so we have to look where we have a lot of electricity and turn on the buildings there. So, yeah. Where do we have a lot of electricity? Saxony and Westphalia. So we're going to look at Saxony and Westphalia specifically, and see if they have clothing, textile mills. They do. They do. Or maybe we can actually just kind of turn them on. But it's going to cause like massive shortages and massive headaches. This is what I don't like about the local goods prices, or the local goods specifically, is that I don't want to feel like I have to click 15,000 times to like try and turn on the PMs. I guess so. East Prussia is the other place where we're 51, and the 51s are going to be the ones that matter. Venetia, East Prussia, Lombardy, Moravia, and so okay, East Prussia, Lombardy, Moravia, Venetia. So here we don't have enough power plants to even think about that, so we're just going to add a bunch. I think East Prussia, we do have some power plants. Let's have a think about it and turn on electric sewing machines. And then these will also, these can't deploy up because of the depression of the MAPI. We were perhaps a little bit ambitious, trying to get in on our 51 buildings. So we did East Prussia. North Rhine, I think, has electricity, so we'll turn that on. Ruhr, I'm almost certain, has electricity. So we could turn most of these on, like, but Beijing and a lot of these places don't have electricity. Venetia, we turned on. Lombardy, I don't think we turned on. Lombardy and Moravia, I think, are our other 51s. So, where's Lombardy? Okay, you need some more of these. And Moravia is somewhere over here. I'm almost certainly not going to find it faster than I could just going through here. Or actually, no, I can read now. Where's Moravia? Don't tell me where Moravia is, because I'm going to find it on the map before I look over it. Yep. So we'll add some more power plants to Moravia so we can turn on the PMs. Can you still boom in GDP in the beta? It's a lot slower. Every 30 minutes, run an ad, please. We need the money. We're only a small indie company. Yeah, basically. I think instead of increased complexity, they should have focused only on military revamp and optimization. The economic changes make it so you can play later because the economies are depressed. Now, some people might not like this, but like, if you just can't have as much construction, the game won't lag as much. And this is just, like, yeah. Okay, so we have Italy on one side and Qing on the other. So, let's see if we can offer support. Transfer subjects. We could transfer the protectorate of Greece. We could ask for Abruzzo, Umbria, like Italian Provence. Abruzzo. Italian Provence gives us a front in a nice spot. Savoy. So Savoy, Italian Provence, Umbria. Any one of these adjacent to us? No. Abruzzo. Abruzzo, is that adjacent? Not really. Okay. As for war goals, we don't want to accrue infamy. So we'll just ask, hey, we'll help you out if you give us Abruzzo, probably. Or Umbria is kind of closest to us. Yeah, we'll transfer Umbria. Right, because we're not going to get a lot from the other side. Mascara. Definitely not balanced. This also puts us at odds with these gentlemen. I think we moved the Grand Army over to fight France here. And we, yeah. With future, what's the best country to form Ethiopia? I think you could pick anyone. I think Shewa's the best because they start out with a guy. Technically, economic yeah, improves performance. I like the extra depth. I don't like the extra clicking from local prices. It's kind of my biggest objection. I feel that in the absence of system to transfer value under local goods to a frequent logistics system, they probably shouldn't have local prices. But it's not. So you can frame it as a loss of value, which is what everyone's doing, but you can also frame it as you're getting value from having vertical integration. So if you have a malice, the receiving a malice and getting a not receiving a malice and getting a bonus are functionally the same thing, even though they feel different from play experience. When you we are not getting a malice is what's going on, right? When we vertically integrate, it's functionally the same as like getting a bonus, and just like baseline is like having this like this problem. It's just the problem is our baseline brains is the 100% all market access. How's the late game lag on 1.5? I haven't gotten up to the late game. This is the latest I've gotten, 1883. So, where in the French Republic is? Is that your capital? It is your capital, so we have to put it as the strategic objective, otherwise people will not advance, which is a thing. I think we'll just do here, so we'll push all the way through Sokoto here. These guys are pushing quite nicely. We got homesteading. What's up, Dahomies? Dahomies where the heart is. We should add construction, of course. Alright, we picked up Sind. Just adding where it's cheapest. We should hit this with our button. But now we have this thing where, hey, are you using public transportation? No, you can't do that. Are you using this? Can't do that. Because of local prices, and a lot of these are probably using, yeah, transportation. Yeah, it's just so, and there's not a like a functionally like good way to do this. So like you effectively lose access to that button, right? That allows you to swap. All right, we are on that, but we can't do the transportation PMs, so we have to actively and manually swap off of them, which is like kind of tedious. We will put in a couple railways and power plant and put them on auto expand though. So this will make things feel better. At Generalist, that's interesting why it didn't tag me. Can you go into more detail on what trade actually does and how it affects market prices? So trade works like it does, but trade only affects market price, and it doesn't affect local prices. And so all the effects you get of trade are just significantly... How are we not at war with the French Republic? What the hell? You guys see this? This is a bug. Oh, no. So we can push in, we have a... But we're not at war with the French Republic. So the way trade works is... so I think Pomerania is a good example. We have some trade centers here. We can see that we're importing silk. But if we look at the local prices here, we will see silk is actually more expensive. There are no sell orders of silk, there are only buy orders. And so the price is pushed up. And so all trade does is trade influences the market price. It doesn't influence local prices, and so while trade can still be used to increase and decrease prices, the amount it can be increased or decreased is proportionally affected by the MAPI. And so the more MAPI you have, the more effective trade is. The less MAPI you have, the less effective trade is, which is what I was getting at when I was saying it has a significant globalizing effect as you acquire more MAPI and as your trade partners acquire more MAPI. So trading with Great Qing, when they have 0.7 or 70% on their MAPI, versus trading with someone with like 90% on their MAPI, even though Great Qing trade routes used to be like the bee's knees, you will not be able to like affect, pull as much out from Great Qing, is my understanding, because their places will not get the benefit of increased prices and employ up at the same rate. However, agriculture is probably still going to be generally easy to import, but like also just like exporting to Great Qing, if we export tools to Great Qing, this will not decrease prices in their economy as effectively as it normally would, and so they can't consume as much of the tools, like generally speaking, is kind of how to think through it. I think I'm still kind of developing my ideas on this, but this is overall how I think it works. That we cannot, oh, we're not at war with, we weren't, though, yeah, the war hadn't started. Okay, never mind, it's not a bug, I'm just small brain hour. It wasn't a bug. False alarm, people. We'll land with that little 3 stack. Send the 3B in. Of course, go home, UK. You're drunk. Of course, we actually don't care anymore because we don't have a war goal in here. And we also get this, so now we don't care about the other war. We'll just hang in them, because why not? But I assume the proper thing to do would be just to capitulate out at this point. So we'll just do some of that action. We'll reset the PMs there. Navy's broken, don't use Navy, it'll break the game. It doesn't break the game, it just doesn't work. That's an interesting point. Definitely should have thought of that before. Functionally, 0.7 to 0.85 is the same as 1 to 1.5. I'm not sure if that math is necessarily correct, but it's the same idea. Radical France is radicalizing, so we're probably going to ask and see if we can sway in there. Trade routes with the French Republic were all removed, which is big sad. Super big sad. I think that the default should be war objective, what causes ticking, whenever you assign to a front. Okay. Make 1 less click for the player. So if MAPI is 100, we're back to pre-patch market, basically. But my understanding of MAPI is that it caps out at 95%. I think I understand it. That's interesting that TGA Trade Center is only a buy order. So if you want to make luxury clothes in Pomerania, it would be much worse than anywhere else. No, I mean, it's the same as everywhere else. Almost everywhere we're using market price. We don't have silk production, really. So almost everywhere we are going to use the market price for silk. But the market price, the thing is the market price for silk, or we're going to use the market price averaged with this plus 75 cost for silk. So almost everywhere we're going to pay for silk. And so Pomerania versus somewhere else, it doesn't make too big a difference. We're going to offer support for something. Building rail and ports should give some MAPI to the local state. This is what a lot of people have been suggesting. I don't necessarily have a problem with this. Freaking UK can't handle getting landed by Russia. Although Russia is almost out of the war too. One thing I really hate is you cannot land with armies that are mobilized, so let's demobilize a couple guys. So we can't offer to support the French Republic because we're at war with them, but what can we offer? We can offer obligation or transfer states. Not that well, but we could just capitulate versus this side, right? Wait, where are we at war with the French? I think it's in this war, so we'll just capitulate. We'll keep that province, thanks. And then now we can try and offer support on them. And we can ask for diplomatic backs. We can ask for a trade agreement, bankroll, transfer subjects, transfer Venezuela. I think I like the sound of that. Transfer states. We could get any state for our assistance. To be fair, this is an existential war for them. I think they don't even win, though. Now, why can't we offer support? Oh, because we have a truce with the French Republic? Oh, so we were... Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I don't think we should necessarily, like, try to get back to 100 MAPI. Well, actually, I mean, we still like it. Eat Switzerland? Eat it? Delicious. Swiss. Alright. If we help them, I think we transfer Venezuela. And so now we are embroiled in another great conflict. Now why can't we put, oh, okay, because we hadn't gone in yet. Now where in Radical France is your capital? Here? Alright, so we will designate that as the strategic objective. I think one of these 70 stacks will move over here. The fact that we can move troops through into there is like a problem. Alright, the 58 stack will mobilize and we'll put in here. Is this what we meant by things being a problem? Yeah, still eat it. But we have it with market access. Playing my first game in 1.5 as Japan was a big mistake. Playing Austria right now and at 85% MAPI and still having a wide enough economy that you can play with the local markets is kind of fun, not gonna lie. Also 24-hour Japan. Dude, we have a Japan run going right now. You guys are relentless with your Japan loving. What's the best way to eliminate other countries to where you are the only great power? It's complicated, but annexing the really small guys helps out a lot because the way that power ranking is calculated, it is based off of wow, there's two. They're both GPs. It is based off of either average prestige, so per country. So if you eliminate countries, this raises the average. Especially the smaller the country, the more this raises the average. And it's also based on percentage of the leader. And so if you pull up the average really high and you pull up your own really high, this will GP people. And so it's a combination of the two. Pulling up your own prestige, the best way to do it is building navy. And then, so building a combination of building navy and army and GDP, and then also eliminating really small powers is how you do it. If you were a real Vicky fan, you'd do a 24-hour or 48-hour China game. Dude, maybe in June of when nothing happened in 1989. Celebrate the anniversary of nothing happening. June 1889. Are you guys familiar with what didn't happen in June of 1989? When nothing happened? I remember when nothing happened in June of 1989. I think we want to go ahead of time still. We're still trying to turn on our electrical capacitor stuff. We have brine electrolysis though for boom booms. Let's try and turn some of that on. But just kind of want to press it the forbidden way. It'll cause like massive like shortages of electricity. It's actually a pretty big electrical requirement. PM. God, this sucks, dude. We could turn it on Silesia. Turning on these techs is so fucking tedious though. But we also need them to create demand for electricity as well. I think we'll turn on the clothing ones everywhere. Or no, let's wait for our stuff to finish. Let's do that. So I guess technology-wise, we definitely don't want to go electric railways because then we're gonna get railed. Combustion engine. Combustion engine can kind of let us know. Or actually, we want to mess around with automobiles. Das Autos. Okay, fair enough. And here, what are we constructing mainly in a queue? I think it's just power plants. Yeah, it's just power plants. Because we can add another company now. I watched your video on rice farms being worthwhile building now. Does this apply to anything else? No, I mean, I think that they just overlooked. They doubled basically everything about it, but they didn't double the construction. So now you effectively get to build 2 buildings for the price of 1. So it's just obscene. Like, I don't think there's another building that's like that. I expected it to get nerfed. I was shocked on their Discord when I like brought it up. I like almost brought it up as a bug report, but instead I was just like, okay, maybe this is just a balance thing. And then there were like people disagreeing with me, and I was like, dude, I've never felt like more strongly about a balance adjustment that something was out of line than I do about that. Okay, so we don't really necessarily have access to too many very good bonuses, but we are starting to build up a lot of electricity, and this does use engines, so we're going to do standard motors. For smaller and unrecognized countries, our customs unions less ideal overall. They're not anywhere near as good as they were because the customs unions affect market price, and market price is the effects of market price are diminished by MAPI. The MAPI effect, so it's a lot worse than it used to be, but it's still good. Is it important for MAPI to not reach 100 or else the depth of local prices goes away? Yeah, local prices become irrelevant at max MAPI, at 100 MAPI. Says with a square face. Baby. Generals, can you try Seek Empire? You can't expand without getting massive infamy costs. Can I try Sick Empire or Seek Empire? I'm not sure what you're asking me. They did not change anything. If they did, even a tiny patch with 1 letter and 1 file being changed, they did change the checksum. Okay. Interesting. This is like not quite my purview, so I'll take your word for it. I think we can just, with this 1 stack, push back. We can't push into the Germans. The Germans. Okay, fair enough, I guess. But like, this just like, I don't know if this like looks like a hot mess to you guys, but it feels like a hot mess to me. And we have to stand guys down in order to be able to land with them. But I don't know, like, this guy's stationed in the North Germany HQ, but we can't Have him land. I am the map. Map is I. Seek the pink one in India. What Sikh Empire? I've done an entire run with the Sikh Empire, so I'm probably not gonna do another one like anytime soon because I don't think there's an enormous demand for it. I got the Empire under the pun achievements, and I just don't. Says that nothing happened in 1989 in China with a square face. Yeah, dog. Dude, nothing happened in China June 1989. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'll die on this hill. Here you guys are insisting something happened of June in 1989. I don't know where you could possibly get that information. 1989, like, not a lot happened that year, and definitely nothing happened in that month, and definitely nothing in China in that month happened. Yeah. 1.5 is a mess, and I'm still on 1.4. If I wasn't making content for the game and I just wanted to enjoy the game, I'd probably play on 1.4 at this point. We get a peace treaty that is, nothing burger ever happened, except we get this anyways. Yit-to-do. Looks like radical France is like really clapping the crap out of France though. We've tried to demobilize armies so we can actually do landing, because if we could do a landing, we could make this work. Hopefully we can get more of this in. So where are these guys? At the Isle de France front. Traveling to North Germany. I think we want these guys on this front. Instead, these guys are at the Isle de France front. These guys, I think, are demobilized. This guy's just stationed at the HQ. We'll move him over here. And this guy is in North India HQ. I think we'll just move him here. Which will take a while, but it is what it is. Plus 1,000 social credits, or 10,000 social credits, for denying the existence of something that happened in June of 1989. I agree. We are gonna bring this up to 51. Was that 45? Because we want to integrate Beijing to get that juicy extra authority. We can enact laws. We can enact universal suffrage. Getting the trade unions powerful is actually going to be generally kind of a lot harder than normal because the economy is just generally depressed. So like this actually like affects like downstream things, like universal suffrage gets better. Because one of the reasons you don't want to go on a universal suffrage is the trade unions get too powerful. I don't think you have to worry about that as much. No migration controls, no social security. I think we're pretty okay with our laws for now. We're still cranking up. I mean, we might go... No one is actually in our customs union, so we might go capital... or relatively early might go socialism. We, of course, do want multiculturalism, so we do have to be on the lookout for either an anarchist or a... maybe that's actually what we should be researching here instead of combustion engine. Anarchism. It's not spreading to us. We'll be fine. Also, would regional prices be better than state prices, not only for electricity, but for all? The thing is it would introduce more calculations. Currently, there's calculations for state prices, and so if they introduce regional prices as well, it'd be like adding a whole new market, which like maybe isn't too big a problem, but... Also, it's a poor simulation for electricity specifically. I think it's good for transportation and services, but electricity you really can't transport. You can't transport that far. But I wouldn't mind if they made electricity super local. But like, what we need is a better user interface so that when I go in, you know, like when I go in here and I want to swap over and I have no idea how much electricity I have, and I want to start swapping over to electric sewing machines, I would like to be able to, you know, not instantly implode my economy. Does this that uses 10 for the PM? Does this one use less? That also uses 10. So we're just going to swap it, and, like, our economy is going to eat dick. But then this will auto queue up, you know, some of those things. But we're just gonna eat like super inefficiency here for like the next like 20 minutes because we're lazy. But like I wish that I could swap intelligently. What happened to wealthy pops in states with no urban center and railroads? Technically, they can just eat phones and automobiles, so local price makes these two better. I think maybe. What's crazy about this local price thing is the difference is just utterly lost. Yeah, but I mean, you could think about it. The difference is just utterly lost, but like, or you could think of it that it was just never had in the to begin with. Like, God, this is just like. Okay, so like, a building creates value when it has a positive balance, right? When the weekly balance is positive. This building's creating value because it's taking inputs and it's outputting outputs that are worth more than the inputs, so the value's created. What MAPI does is it just decreases this margin. So it's not like deleting money in the same sense that like this modifier deletes money, where this negative multiplier is deleting money. It's not deleting money in that sense. No, it's just it's decreasing the amount of margin you would have gotten in all of your buildings everywhere. And so like I mean, in a sense, that this weekly balance could be 100k means that 15k is being deleted from the economy. So like this is like the axis on which it's going. One-party state, trade unions is really powerful. Yep. Laissez-faire will probably become much stronger now. Yeah, definitely. So I don't have to micromanage which province needs what building. Well, I was thinking mainly because you're going to be in sub 800 million GDP for longer. I love how everything affects everything, and else, even if I feel local markets need a nerf, they might nerf it. They might make it a less profound an effect. This is still possible. Why is this like front like not existing and existing simultaneously? Whatever. So in theory, we stood our guys down, so they should be able to get in now. Rubber Rush, this seems to be most effective. Echoes of Revolutions, let's hear what they have to say. But, you know, to be fair, well, actually, do we even need to, what did we even get from this? I forgot what we swayed them with. I think we transferred one of their puppets, Venezuela. Yeah, we did. Alright. What is this? No! I didn't realize you were there. Also that this guy couldn't land is a bug, right? Oh no, we didn't... Fuck, man. We didn't want to demobilize that guy. That guy was in the right HQ. He was in the right place at the wrong time. But like... I don't know, this is just so tedious. Also, when you demobilize, you can't remobilize. Also really feels bad. The economy for non-GPs is so painful now, you basically have to relearn the entire game. No, it's just really slow. Do we really have to designate this as a strategic objective to push them out of here? That's kind of asinine, dude. We're gonna get pushed here. We have to designate the stuff. Having to designate everything as a strategic objective to push it is just like also nightmare, like stuff of nightmares. And we need to add more construction. But our economy is like popping off, you know? Where's Becca's? Why is construction so cheap here? Are you not on... No, you are on steel frame. Cheap labor, maybe? I don't know. Oh, cheap tools is the thing. Yeah, that makes sense. We're gonna add textile mills and put them on auto expand. We're gonna add food industries, put them on auto expand. I think we could actually just kind of auto expand. Maybe we should just do this everywhere. Let's put a like level 1 textile mill. Because these will just be insanely profitable, right? At level 1 because local prices influence. Maybe. I mean, they're gonna be less profitable as we get more MAPI, but then I mean, maybe we're building everything up to 51 anyways. Oh, I forgot we could pick another country. No, or company. No, we already did. Engines. Okay, cool. A lot of the engines are also getting consumed out where we have pump jacks, right? So that we can 51 stuff a little bit better for engines specifically, I think. We'll put that in the queue. Alright, maybe we reverse sway. Hey, Russia, do you need our help with the Irish peasant revolt? Russian Erlisk. Kamachka. Yeah, we'll help you for Kamashka. I think it has resources. Oh, it doesn't have anything. It just has wood. Whatever. 3 or 4 x MAPI on electricity? Or you mean 1/4 or 1/3? Should MAPI affect the merchant group clout? I don't know. Petite bourgeoisie is going to be more powerful or less. I think it's going to be roughly the same. Add construction in China? I mean, we could. That's probably okay. Especially because we're actually building there, or we're going to be. But this becomes, like, less important of consideration. I mean, we definitely want a lot in Shangzi, actually. But also, what are we? How are we doing on infra? We have enough infra. Okay. I think we have these on auto expand as well. No, we will put them on. But the railways have been auto expanding up here because of the PMs making it more efficient. Austria-Hungary's cringe is not even a good thing anymore. What do you mean? I mean, at least we're almost done colonizing, so we won't have to deal with these in a hot minute. Any thoughts for edicts? The incentive for a wide construction place seems to make authority even worse. Yeah. I mean, I still think road maintenance is okay, and we're doing it in Silesia. But the other edicts seem a lot worse now, yeah. Because you have to build both sides of the thing, unless you're going to juggle them. I think if you juggle them, it's maybe good, but you're... Or no, you can't even juggle them. Yeah, I mean, I think the other one's okay. As for Siberian province for RP reasons, if you know what I mean. Actually, I'm not sure what you mean, but is this Siberian enough? I'm gonna put a port at the front, put this in auto expand. Of course, it's gonna need electricity to do that. We're gonna do this instead. We'll put this on auto expand. We're gonna need electricity here. See, this is what I mean, like, this is, I would want this to be an electricity-less place until we actually got stuff going, but we're just gonna make the electricity first and just figure it out later. But speaking of, now that we have, like, electricity everywhere, I think we turn on electric sawmills everywhere, but it's like, it's losing money, but the places will auto-expand the electricity and then it'll be okay, maybe? Yeah. Do the thug shaker. So, CMTG, yeah, basically. I think if other people start, complaining about the repetitiveness of that comment, I might have to ask you to stop asking for the thug shaker. I also don't know the reference that you're making. I know you're making a reference to something, I just don't know the reference. No, now we have to reset all the Sind PMs again by hand after they secede. No. Yay, some Germans in Siberia, just like after World War II. Good job. Happy Siberia-ing. So Sind is going to break free. I mean, we're super close to done with this. What is this? Oh, it is the Sind secession. Yeah. Do you need help conquering Bali? They're getting a little smarter. Everything is very tedious with this patch. We do have more than enough bureaucracy now to incorporate Beijing. That's all we ever wanted. Was the incorporation of Beijing. I really wish they could make it so that like adjacent places could supply each other, but I understand that this is just not feasible from you know, any sort of mechanical perspective. But like Silesia being able to supply Beijing with like iron and coal and like these types of things, I would like it. But I get why they can't do it. I mean, I guess we're just gonna... They have so much labor here. It's gonna take a while for them to hire up though, because they do have qualifications problems. So... The Sind uprising. God bless. UK's got a war. Oh, they don't want our help. They think they can handle Gaza by themselves. A rookie mistake. Don't they know? Gaza's to be feared and respected. We're gonna demobilize some of these guys so that we can do landings with them. Are there reasons to have a lot of bureaucracy for the construction bonus? I don't think it's worth it for that, but I do think it's much better to be over bureaucracy than under bureaucracy, or like the negative effects of being over bureaucracy by having to pay for more is nowhere near the negative effects of being under bureaucracy. Like, you really don't want to be under on the bureaucracy. I think we actually can't land right now because I think we don't have a... Oh, we do have a guy. And then we'll just full land this, but then we'll have to do the thing. I think you can make an impact, especially on laissez-faire. Yeah, but it's such a small state construction efficiency modifier. So 5%, we're getting 0.5%. I mean, I would rather pay for more institutions. I think. Speaking of, that's gonna slowly ramp up, so we're gonna see where the tax ban needs more months. But these are promoting a ton of electricity, right? Maybe we could swap to brine electrolysis. Pretty sure it's gonna just hemorrhage money for like the first however long. Yeah. It's gonna cause a massive electricity shortage. But once we turn this on, we will be able to tell where the electricity is really expensive, right? Well, why don't we just do that now? Because we can tell where the electricity is. And maybe like this is just a poor example because we just have a lot of states, and so it's going to be very micromanaged heavy. But we can look where the earnings are really high, right? And we know Lombardy and Venetia actually do have a ton of yeah, Lombardy and Venetia have a ton of textile mills, and that's why they're expensive on this. And so if we, ooh, let's turn on elastics. I didn't realize we'd unlock that everywhere. And let's turn on automatic power looms, and then let's turn on the boom booms, and this will shoot up the price. And so then by the price, the local price and all these other places, we'll be able to tell where it needs the electricity most, right? And then like proportionate to how high the price is, like we can just like add 2 wherever there's 2 plus, and so we'll get up here, and then in the other areas we'll just like add 1, down to where it's making profit of 1. And then, okay, I think I like this. I think that maybe this is the play pattern for how you solve this, is you just look at where the power plants are really profitable, where their earnings will be high. And then you recognize that this place, wherever it is, has a huge electricity problem. And then you build there. In your opinion, the negative effects of extra bureaucracy is the opportunity cost to create more employment and consumer demand, albeit inefficiently. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about when you're at equilibrium unemployment, maybe that's a good way to stimulate the economy with equilibrium and unemployment, but you're just getting more construction speed, right? So, like, I have to imagine it's almost always better just to add the construction itself, but you are creating demand for paper instead of like the entire production chain so like I guess maybe if you have a ton of sulfur and you don't have like a lot of iron, like this is better because you're creating a different production chain for paper instead of like the regular construction goods. But I think if you're not running a massive shortage of coal, iron, and this sort, it's better just to add more construction. Unless, okay, someone just commented the same thing. Or you commented the exact, yeah, okay, same thing. Yep. We're almost done taking over all of Africa. But like, I don't know, actually, like, the economy's been kind of stagnant, huh? It's been a little sticky. I mean, it's going up. This is from 78 to 85. I guess it's going up a pretty good clip. Let's see if we have any colonies. No, you ran out of characters? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I mean, we kind of don't want to be making money. We kind of want to be blasting construction. So, let's do the thing. Except we're going to, again, kind of focus where we have a lot of additional labor. I think it might be time to start turning up labor-saving PMs, to be honest. Which is going to be a little bit uncomfortable. But we are starting to run out of labor. So, oh god. Trying to remember which one's the most efficient on water tube boiler. It's either tools or furniture. I can't remember which. We'll just swap up on that now. We're gonna go electric streetlights and not public trains. Wowza. We're gonna start putting on rails in more spots, because rails are really good labor-saving PM in general, and then we're going to need to come in and see, hey, where are the earnings on rails insane? And where the earnings are pretty good and they have an infrastructure. Yeah, like, infrastructure is not a problem anymore, really, because, like, you're needing rails for PMs. But these are like all kind of profitable here. But maybe we just need to go for electric railways, actually. Something like this. Now it looks like we're barely... Oh my god, did people not get assigned? Come on. Oh, France is gonna cut us off here, it looks like. Alright, we gotta swap the things on Sin. This sort of thing. Any country without railway is gonna be painful. This is kind of what I think. But, something that they didn't comment in any of the railway discussions, now you get, infrastructure from... Well, actually, I think that this was like the fear, but now you're getting infrastructure from this. We're getting 36 infrastructure from our urban center. So, is it really that bad? maybe. But like that, swapping this like over is like actually super painful because we have to go back to sewing machines because we can't do the electricity. And it's just like tedious. Like we probably don't have enough transport here as well. We don't for like some of these transport PMs, so we can't use the like. Every time you take a state, it's like way more clicking again, and it used to not be a lot of clicking, and now it's a lot of clicking. Sort by productivity style versus old style of sort by level. Yeah, basically. Which, like, to be fair, that maybe... Well, like, sorting by level is still, like, relevant. And it becomes increasingly... Like, we 51'd a lot of things after we hit 90% MAPI instead of 85. Like, do country tax trade routes from canals or something? Canals are, like, kind of not as functional as they should be. Okay, so we can offer support Russia here. We can ask for a bankroll. We can ask for transfer subjects. We can probably transferring Mexico, right? As a protectorate, transfer states. We could ask for a big state, but I think transferring Mexico is a pretty big deal here. So we'll ask for that. And it's, you know what's funny is they're actually defending Mexico here. We've never like, oh, I didn't mean to click that. I meant to just move them over. I think the U.S. basically doesn't have a military either right now, so... They're defending Mexico, but they're giving us Mexico in order to help them defend it. Beautiful. This is what AI was made for. Gorgeous. What do you think is better, having a ton of states with big population, with not that big population, France, Germany, or a little, have a little of states with a lot of population? Japan's situation is better, but like you're also comparing like to the. I'm assuming you're talking about just the states, not like their overall situation, which is like different. 1.4 still has 3 construction and no infra on streetlights. Yep, I guess that's. I mean, I think that they're going to give the infra on streetlights, so I think you just live with it until they do it. Canals are worthless besides prestige upgrade. No, they're not useless. So currently you see, look at the seed nodes, like this little dot 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 dot. When you build the canal, now it can go dot 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 through here. So you save on convoys, but everyone gets to save on convoys, is kind of the thing that feels a little stupid. Everyone gets to save the same amount on convoys. One day we will not be involved in a war, so we'll actually be able to do something. So we can offer to support the Uruguayan or Uruguay. Will either of you give us become subjects? Nope. So I think we just declare neutrality there. This one we could get involved in. British Raj versus, oh baby. Transfer states, transfer subjects. This is what I'm talking about, baby. Can we get them to transfer the Raj to us? We can. Transfer the Raj, please. Okay, thanks, bye. Beautiful. Truly the best timeline. Alright, so where is the capital of this Raj Revolt business? There it is. There we go. British Raj, no problem. Don't you mean the German Raj? There's nothing to do in this game except for fixing performance. This is atrocious. I mean, what you're seeing right now, I don't know what you mean. We're not lagging right now. Is the stream lagging? But basically you don't gain revenue from it, right? Well, it increases revenue, but not locally, if that's what you mean. Like, we're definitely gonna make more money. That guy's standing down. This guy's at North Germany HQ, so we'll mobilize and put him on this front now. And then I think their capital is Lazio. So we'll have to do that. But yeah, you get no direct revenue from it if that's the crux of your question. 0 direct revenue is achieved. We gotta recruit some commanders here. We got this feminist racist. Sure. Gotta put everyone onto advanced front, otherwise they're not going to advance fronts. The tedious. I mean, I do think that when the system is like fixed, that it's gonna be super good. Thanks, Great Britain. Yeah, basically. Stream's not lagging. Victoria 3 just needs to run better. You're not even close to 1890s, and you don't have 3K construction, and the game is 1/4 of its original speed. Is it really? I don't know if I'd agree with that characterization. I mean, we're playing on speed 4. Maybe it is a little bit slower. Maybe there should be a PM for Canal revenue in exchange for influence and infamy. There should definitely be, like, a very significant, like, Canal, like, thing going on. You know what? We don't really care about this USA war. Like, whether or not they win or lose. Oh, we do, because Mexico's a subject now. Yeah. I wish I could kind of tell where our guys were a little bit better. I guess we could kind of tell where our guys are. Which ones are ours? Second Mexican Army. Where are our guys? The like UI for this is still not, like, you can tell it's a work in progress here. Because I think we have guys heading over this front, but I don't. I'm not sure. This guy we accidentally demobilized. So I think we have guys heading on over, but I'm not 100% sure if we do. Try that. GDP is cranking up at a pace that it was not before. It feels. Ooh, is this something we can maybe stick our nose in? Will you perhaps give us something for support? No, just a trade agreement. I got a navy trolling through land. Well, you know, if you run ramming speed. I get it, right? You don't declare wars, you reverse sways and get a lot of land this way. Yeah, I mean, this is currently how it is, and you get, like, 0 infamy from stuff. There's no way when 1.5 releases, like, live, and not just this public beta, that, like, UK will give you British Raj for anything. Hey, if we can sway them into another thing for their, helping out to door. But, like, here we have Great Qing, right? What would you... Could you transfer state? Oh, you will transfer a state to us. Moan is up here, which we would care about a little bit. Diplomatic pacts. Customs union. I think we customs union them. Ask for customs union, and we will help you put down this Sulawesi thing. We actually won't do anything. We'll just sit and do nothing. But, or actually maybe we will help. So we do have this front here. But we don't care, because they'll be in our customs union. Hey, the German Raj is here. All hail the German Raj. Are these guys going to be landing in a spot where they can push? Yeah, they are. Okay. I think these guys are their commanders. What are they doing? Sleep at the wheel. Big 3 land saga. Yeah. Is the transfer state in vanilla 1.5 or is it mod? It's in vanilla 1.5. It is very, very poorly implemented. Okay, so we have these companies and we wanted to make more engines. Let's make more engines. See where we have a lot of earnings. And we will, oh wow, steal really high earnings at Shaanxi because we're constructing like all the stuff that's needed there, right there. That's auto expanding. We almost certainly are going to need a lot more of that. Auto expand, and well, we might want to incorporate Shaanxi too. Right now we're just extracting resources from it, right? But we have a bunch of construction sectors there. It's gonna get super tall. I don't know what we're supposed to do. We're probably supposed to add textile mills though here, and let's just add a ton of electricity, knowing that this is going, like, the urban center is going to be tall, everything's going to be tall here. So let's just add a lot of this. We are incorporating it. And then we can kind of aggressively expand some of these other industries. Agrarian League crushes, kind of. Let's see if we can reform the government. We get 82% Bink, but also this takes the Industrialists out. Do we want them out for something right now? So let's take a look at our potential agitators. We can now roll an anarchist, so we're probably going to use our exile here, because we did not spread anarchism, and we would prefer that this guy be an anarchist. I don't think we have any of these guys, so we'll exile the Jingoists. We get a nihilist. That's not terrible. It does make this less legitimate, but this kicks us into the next tier, so let's do this reform. We get a new chancellor. Spectacular. But this, like, transferring naughtiness is just very strong, it seems. What's going on here? Also, like, we're supposed to have, like, one front situations, but we clearly do not have that. Well, it looks like the USA can... It looks like conscripts must be at least partially working, because the USA actually is fighting back, so... There's that. I think we're going to come in and we're going to look... I mean, we have to inspect what earnings are at, but I think we're going to try and push economies of scale in some places. And you notice, like, our infra, we just have a huge glut of infra in a ton of places because we need the rails there for XYZ thing. And so I think they really buffed up the rails quite a bit. I'd like to push economies of scale in general. Oop. Let's get that started. I think the demand for those industries doesn't work properly right now, but that's okay. So now we're gonna go, or the public consumption demand of oil doesn't work properly, I don't think. Tanker cars. Auto expand, auto expand, auto expand. Cool. Auto expand, auto expand. I think we're okay with the mines all auto expanding now. We do have some stuff specifically auto-expanding. Does earnings actually mean something now? Are you talking about... This has always meant something, yeah. You know, sometimes it doesn't always tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help them God, but this is one of the better indicator. It excludes wages, right? So that is a thing to be aware of. So where you have labor squeezes, it's not going to be as good. And I also think it doesn't take into account increases in economies of scale, just the current economy of scale. So like bringing a 35 to a 51 is going to be a lot more valuable. And I think it only calculates the marginal building, not the value you add to all the previous buildings, is my understanding. So it'll actually be, it's better than it like looks. Should extra infra state construction efficiency? Maybe. Are we winning? Probably. I mean, we're doing well. We're mainly kind of exploring stuff, though. Or, like, that's the primary intent here. Like, I am very curious if I can turn on cars everywhere. I'm curious what the consumer demand looks like, especially because I don't think, we actually have to not be at war at some point in time, eventually. And, so we can stand down all of our troops, basically. So this says we make a ton of money, but let's see, does the car's price does collapse. And we're gonna need oil. But the cars are really expensive. Look at this. And they're being eaten by pops, right? So cars might actually be a thing now. Are we winning? Army not landing? It landed eventually. Now it has to get there. Which this is part of the bugness, though. I'm gonna stand down this 3-stack so we can land with it on Sulu to enforce faster. Oh, it looks like we're enforcing super fast here. Enforcement seems way faster in this patch as well. Let's maybe land DC then, so we can try and get out of these wars. We also just might swap sides and capitulate. It's we're gonna be winning these wars anyways, but just a little tedious. Navy takes the state, but Army is not there. Yeah, the Navy landing. So, yep. Welcome to 1.5. The way it works is the Navy instantly opens up them like a sack of whatever, and then we'll do this. We'll recruit a guy, and then we'll transfer this guy over to like this army. And then, I really hate how it just creates armies out of nothing. This is, like, pretty obnoxious to, like, try and merge them. But, it creates the front, you instantly occupy the entire state, and then, wherever the army is, it takes its sweet-ass time over there. And so this is how it works. I will not stop bothering you unless I learn which IG's got special traits. If ever anyone in chat knows, please help this man out. Really not sure why we haven't advanced there. Oh, because we didn't designate it as a strategic objective. How silly of us. We did not designate that as a strategic objective, so our army that's just been sitting there for forever can't push right. I think I've been right about wealthy pops where you don't have services / transport. Well, they also changed the weighting in 1.4. I haven't tested in 1.4. It seems like it might be very profitable in 1.4 as well, but, I mean, let's find an engine place. Let's find so Saxony's our highest level engine place, right? Let's see if we can just pip this. Now let's see what happens to the price. I mean, the price is really expensive, but that's a whole lot. That's not just That's not just the people who don't have access to transport. This PM might just actually be good now. Well, it was always good, but it was only good in like limited quantities. But what happens when we do? Everywhere makes the autos. Well, we need more oil to sort this out, but and let's also, I think this is going to be how you like try and figure out the place. Is any place that has like is making decent money on these, you just are adding instead of actually when their infra is short. Like, we're not, look, no one's out of infrastructure. Everyone has infrastructure. Infrastructure is so not a problem now. They need to fix it. The landing thing? Yeah, it actually makes conquering some nations literally impossible. Like, it cannot be done, so. Looks like we're gonna win this Sula one. And, they're stuck in our... They are stuck in for us in our customs union now, which we would really, really like. An anarchist. Can we get an anarchist or a humanitarian, please? No, I guess not. We definitely built more ships, and our ships never got there. I don't know what that's about. Ooh, what is this? We're gonna lose an obligation on Uruguay. I don't think that's useful to us. Let's make sure we have interests everywhere. Because the play, you can only sway in a play or join a side in a play if you already have the interest there when the play starts. Vroom vroom. Now I'm imagining a German eagle screaming for oil, basically. This is the way. Forget where I had the 51. Saxony? Yeah, so huge oil short. But the price of autos is still high. And so this changes things pretty significantly. Now we can do the car and beam runs. Oh man, the Japan run's gonna get a Tokyo drift. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get Tokyo drift, boys. Infra being buffed is a nice QOL. Yeah, especially, like, yeah, definitely. Who was there, but it's now not? New York, Utah front? I think this guy, where's... We want you to advance this way. And push into there. We have a movement for universal suffrage. It's got not much going for it. Is our SOL actually coming up? Holy damn. It's a miracle. I wonder what unique companies Paradox will add for USA. Ford and Standard Oil. Yeah, almost certainly for those two. I think we already tried to land District of Columbia. No? We'll land with this little 3-stack though. Naval invasion is more broken than 1.4. You're not wrong. Just like actually doesn't work. You just like get it for free. So glad we can put down this East India Company aristocratic revolt for the UK, and by for the UK I mean for Germany. You know what's interesting is I don't think we have a truce with the East India Company, so I think we can annex them straight away too. If I recall correctly. So, I think we're gonna switch sides and capitulate here. Well, no, we're just gonna fight this out. We're about to land their capital. They're gonna get enforced on. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so now let's come here. Saxony, you're not running a shortage, and look, the autos are super expensive. Hot. So now it's on in like roughly a quarter of our motor industries, right? Let's turn it on here. Dalmatia, of course, does have some advantages in its production lines. These states are actually going to be... You're going to want to build so tall in these states that are getting these bonuses. Dalmatia getting these electricity output bonus. Alright. Alright, we're not at war finally. So now everything's demobilized, which is fantastic. So we can actually take a look at some of these armies and their mobilization PMs. And here, we could use motorized reconnaissance, for example. My Wargol just disappeared because they became a protectorate. That's how we roll. We take those. I think extra supplies too. Our extra supplies do nothing, but we're unlocking some more of these, and it'll cost us a whole lot to keep this grand army mobilized, but it's our grandest of armies. This is the only army we have motorized reconnaissance, but this doesn't add any... This adds provinces captured, formation, travel speed, surprise maneuver. It's not adding any military power, so that's interesting. We'll see if that changes. I assume it will, but it might not, this sort of thing. And now we can start annexing our subjects. Ooh, why are we damaging relations? Stop damaging. Improve relations. Perfect. So now we can dominion these guys for not too much infamy. Might just want to take a save in case something really weird happens. Weird stuff does tend to happen, because when we dominion them, they might offer protectorate somewhere else. Make motors in Bavaria and unlock BMW. Alright, sure, we'll do it for the themes. Not the memes, but the themes. Das Autos. Definitely needs a QL change that when you try and make someone a subject, then they throw themselves at another GP's feet, it automatically breaks the war. Oh yeah, this is definitely not gonna happen in live. I have to imagine that's not coming live. So... Oh, we definitely want rice. It's gonna make everyone hate us, though, to annex the East EIC, but, I mean, they're only gonna get bigger, and they do have rice. But this will probably kill Great Qing out of our customs union. The truth hurts. Yeah, I don't see any... Oh, we do have some rice places. In New Guinea. Well, those won't be able to employ up. They don't have enough pops, but we'll just take that anyways. I mean, they have more resources in Chile. I think we just dominion Brazil, though, and then look to annex them later. But yeah, we're saving because of exactly what Owan is talking about, which is that just random war goal bricking is really annoying. India has a swastika. Does it really? Oh, you mean German India. It's German. Did they update the AI government management so they aren't permanently stomping revs late game? So you aren't permanently? I don't know. But late game is harder to get. You know? It's further off now. Where are we researching? I think we're going ahead of time. We're researching electric rails. Okay, fair enough. Oh, did we unlock a new PM? No, steam and steel. Okay, okay. Gonna put on automatic expansion though. Alright, we're gonna try swapping all of these over. It says it makes money. Wild. Wild. Roaring engines. Is it still gonna be... Okay, so the prices become significantly depressed, yeah, but so we are going to want to in some places focus on engines, right? Specifically, but surely it's just places where like you're locally using a lot more engines. So maybe here we'll do it. Because here we're going to be using the engines to make electricity. And we want to build tall here anyways. And they're going to have a cheap electric railway. Notably, the fact, it seems like you're absolutely getting this enormous glut of infrastructure. So this is actually going to drive, or your ability to get a lot of migration later on. Now, we don't have a humanitarian, unfortunately. I think we're still, yeah, we have 3 years. So we just got to try and get lucky. Gotta try and be as handsome as possible to get luckier. Just looking for a guy we can invite for going multi. What is this? What is this? Why is Italy doing this? Why you do this? We might also, Brazil might be it might be impossible for us to land Brazil, so we might actually just have them back down, but... Is it worth it to make Macron a subject? Maybe, if we didn't have a headache. So... We might have to swap sides if we can't get a landing in on Brazil, which I have a sneaking suspicion this might be an impossibility. We'll see what we can do, though. Let's make sure our fleets do have commanders. Feminist Intelligentsia guy? Yeah, based. Also based. Here we go. No, we don't have a feminist in power. Can we promote him? I don't think we can promote these guys. Yeah, we can't by hand promote them when we don't have our exile available. So, should they add a residential thingy to construction to increase migration attraction? Well, migration, the cap is determined by... Well, I think they should rework migration in a lot of ways, but the cap is determined by infrastructure. Actually, do we want to add war goals? I guess it's too late now. It's kind of whatever. We'll just fight this out. They are worried. Maybe they back down? That would be nice. But nope. So I'm thinking that, so because our army travels after the navy, it might be actually impossible for us to land them. And if this is the case, we will swap sides and back down. We don't have a front with them yet, but we can push into Italy, and we are. Rather than free land. Well, so the landing comes in for free, but the army doesn't arrive, so the front will get bricked, is the way it works currently. Should have asked French Republic for some of this dirt at some point to stop their colonization. I think that was our mistake. And then we don't need to damage relations with them anymore. I think if we improve relations, we're more likely to get favorable invites and stuff. So let's just improve relations with a few boyos. Like, they're more likely to give us good things when we are trying to join their war. Let's do this. Send the 15. The 15er. Alright, so we unlocked cameras, right? I think we're gonna turn on electric streetlight everywhere, and public motor carriages we cannot turn on everywhere. But if we turn this on, then the rails get super, the earnings get super high in places where we're like running shortages, right? And everywhere has at least level 1, except here, so we'll add it. And so when we know what the earnings are, we can add in those places to try and not run shortages. And then same with power plants. Also, I think an interesting strategy might be subbing the power plants. Because this will allow you to export better, but exporting is a lot weaker before you have more MAPI. We'll get the film progress. So, not sure what to make of it yet. We should have our naval landings coming in soon, and they should just go blip and instantly land, and then we have work ahead of us. Blip. They of course cross across, yeah, so now the army has to get here before they assign an army, otherwise our front is bricked. A one redacted his message. Feels bad, SOL 3.5 GDP per capita at 13.1 SOL. Yeah, the SOL is not great. Let's look at what companies we have. We have the whole steel line of production here. I mean, still stuff, just like the earnings on stuff is generally not that great. It's actually tremendous on the rubber plantations. Maybe we should just be blasting these a lot more. We do have them on auto expand. Just kind of looking, oil's like really nice because cars are actually like sellable, which is it's nice. I think we actually might go to one of our really big stack guys though and turn off the oil. I think, where was it we had the really big one? It was over here. I think the level 51. Or high 50s. Because currently our industry is a bit unbalanced. Saxony, okay. So this one is, currently engines are more expensive, so I think this would make a lot more money, and these guys are just shipping the engines elsewhere in the world. And so let's take a look at our other 51, if maybe this also makes more money. It does, so we'll just do that. And now, with Dalmatia, they're also engine focused, so I think it's nice though, because now you can build one really tall to provide engines for your entire world, and the rest are building autos to provide like local luxuries, which I think is really neat. Our armies should be heading over there to do this. But that's what we've kind of noticed in terms of how it's supposed to operate. It looks like, yeah, you can see the 78. He's got 69 days or whatever. Nice. And he's just traveling. So we're going to land with our 43 stack here. We see this. But these like little revolutions for like stuff like Darfur just seem like uber like uber good because we can offer apps to become subject. I guess Darfur is not about that. We can't even help out Darfur, but like I'm just trying to like make an example of something. Am I out of coffee? No, I'm not. Hell yeah, brother. Shout out to coffee. So our other landing gets in, and now you see the people are starting to arrive on the fronts. But Brazil had troops in Italy, it looks like, and so they won't be able to break us out by the looks of it. But it feels like when you're doing like these overseas native stuff over here, it's like pretty tough to actually win the fight. Looks like France wants nothing to do with giving us anything, so you could ask for an obligation. Them, we actually, this is the type of thing where you actually might want to interfere, but we're not looking to do more war, or too much more war, I guess. Where do we not have enough tax? We would like to integrate Shaanxi, I think. So we're just going to start adding some more of this stuff. Now, they're super not profitable, but these guys are uber profitable, and they have cheap electricity, so, and they have cheap silk. Oh, and we're going to give them cheap cotton. Yeah, we're just going to 51 this thing here. Which I think was kind of the plan. And then, are we going to need more infrastructure? Yeah, we'll just add one. We're going electric railways right now anyways. Build food industries to up the SOL. We have food industries like almost everywhere and auto-expanding, if I recall correctly, how we had like set this up. The SOL, just everything is relatively depressed. We'll sort by earnings here. And then wherever it doesn't have one, we're gonna add one. And I do think we'll have all of them on auto expand, but we'll double check that. Might just be conflating it with the other run, but we have a lot on auto expand. I think the generally expanding the luxuries is probably pretty good. Bone China. So we do want, yeah, we want. I think the idea of having like one really tall for supplying glass, and then the rest relatively short, supplying bone china built wide. I think that this is kind of like how you're going to be playing more now. In theory, the really tall ones should actually also probably be using labor-saving PMs. So like where we are producing, it's not profitable. I think that, oh man, I wish I could remember. I think that the furniture ones are a little bit better overall. So we're going to water tube boiler here. Start cranking up the labor-saving PMs. And since we know we kind of want to move towards labor-saving PMs, let's see if we can 51 a lot of these things. So let's see what earnings look like. And the earnings here are on the taller ones. And the ones with bonuses. So now we're trying to push stuff up to 51 here. Now we see that Shaanxi actually doesn't have the infra to support that, so we're going to add some infra to them. For them. And the big reason why they don't have the infra is this, these. We'll get rid of those guys. Might have been better to keep them, but now we're able to get a push on. Get our friction on, you know what I mean? But the guys do not reassign to fronts automatically, so after this guy pushes here, he won't reassign to this front, which is kind of annoying. And so, like, I don't know. We're gonna need to do this or something like this. If the front shifts, they'll stay on it, but if it bricks, they won't. Automobile is not a luxury. Technically, it's a free movement thing, so you want a lower price for transportation and services. Pop, use it. You were right. In my head, it's a luxury. I think that, well, I mean, it's to some degree, it's a luxury because it's, like, you need a relatively high SOL to start consuming transportation. Sulu is trying to sway us. Now, should we join against the person in our customs union? They'll become a protectorate. I don't think we do that for China, like, any day of the week. God, chainsaws is so bad. I really want them to make that PM not just like apocalyptically bad. But here's an instance where building 1 and 1 is just like really not worth it. We don't have enough logging camps and like stuff going on here for this like to have been worth our construction. But for our heuristic, we had to do it, or just for the sake of like not having to click a million times. So yeah, where are you going? Are you coming here? Is that what this is? Yeah. I don't know. We'll see how things go. Electric railways, 8 months. We enforce on Italy. Cool. We're gonna enforce on these guys soon enough. Also, the AI doesn't... Yeah, our GDP is chugging up, though. And really, it started picking up once we got to 0.9 MAPI, so I can only imagine what 0.95 does. 0.95 just probably makes it feel relatively normal. So maybe we're supposed to really push it, but the problem is like, we're talking 1, 2 ahead of time tax. I guess they're not very ahead of time anymore. Followed by 1 really ahead of time tech. I mean, maybe that's the way to go. MAPI is everything. 15 SOL, luxuries start consuming about the same level. Now you understand how you think about them. Yeah, I mean, that's why I lumped them in with each other, like, cognitively. Because you start consuming them at the same SOL. But I'm not sure. Alright. Let's... look where we have the most earnings. And it's gonna be Shaanxi, it's gonna be quite a bit. And then Bohemia, Tyrol, we're gonna look to push up their economies of scale. And let's see if we could add more construction. Where's the upkeep low? And do we have labor in this state? We have a lot of those in Becca's, but maybe that's not a problem. We'll just add a lot more. Crank up the construction. Holy border gore in the US? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's a normal looking USA. That's the classic Vic 3 USA experience. We have extra infra and less autos, so less transport, so autos is the way. Yeah, but I'm just trying to keep the buildings a little bit more profitable. Like the motor industries that are super tall, the local price for autos will be like super uber depressed, right? So like Saxony specifically, I think it's better to not prioritize. Well, I mean, it says they make more on Saxony, but we would still swap up a different one instead. Like Pomerania maybe. Yeah, let's swap Pomerania back over. I mean, they are kind of dumping autos into the market as well. That's probably fine. Puritania, what are you doing? Stop. Stop. Why'd you brick our front, Puritania? I'm almost certain that they'll... Well, actually, can we just... Yeah, we can. Yay. Scandinavia. Oh, I forgot we got Scandinavia as a subject. So I think we're gonna take a save and then Dominion Scandinavia too. Forgot about all this. They say no, we don't want to be subjugated, it's fine. I hate this weird double front thing that happens with this area. It's this area specifically. I think we incorporate Shangzi, right? Just because it's going to be a major population center with a lot going on. Not as much as that dog, you know what I mean? But, you know, a lot. Alright, so now that we're starting to eliminate some of our tax thing, we should look at which ones of these are like close to 50. Well, Silesia we're gonna need more soon. And Silesia is kind of where we built the absolute tallest, so maybe we 51 Silesia. We put some of those in the back. Scandinavia backs down, fantastic. Let's check our infamy. I think we do want to stay under like the threshold. We can annex Netherlands, maybe? That's 17, that's too much. Nejd, we know, is going to have a lot of oil. We love the oil. Go Joker mode. Just break infamy, you're unstoppable. I know I'm unstoppable, but I generally don't like playing that way. And I think we won't be able to reverse. I actually think that it's possible that the reverse sway is more worth it. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like, no one will reverse sway us if they hate our guts. Right? I think for this one we're gonna have to land both these simultaneously, otherwise it's gonna be buggy. Buggy. Volga versus Gondar. But the fact that we can reverse sway various things might make it worth it. Schrodinger's France. How did Denmark survive in Greenland? Oh, what? I didn't even notice. Oh, because it was a unification play when they unified Scandinavia and it only took the Scandinavian countries, but that's funny. That is funny. We're gonna just click the button prematurely. We love being a little premature. Alright. Nejd backs down. What? They haven't done that in a long time. Or the AI just generally doesn't do that. Huh. Well, we're gonna reset their PMs, but they don't have any that are gonna be using weird stuff. But we have not seen the AI do that in forever. Oh. See, the danger here is, I think if we try and conquer them, they'll get subjected. But apparently the AI will back down now. Maybe we just chill a little bit? I mean, we can afford to chill. We got no chill. We got that dog in us. Alright, it's electric railways and then the last bit of MAPI. I wonder what the migration map mode looks like. Yeah, pretty green. UK's popped up pretty well. Switzerland looks very yummy. Just time to eat Switzerland. Just like a ton of infamy for like really not that great. I go. The resources are, I guess they're not terrible. I don't think I've conquered Switzerland once in this game, to be honest. We're taking a look for a radical, or not a radical, sorry, that was 2 patches ago, for an anarchist or a, I mean, we don't hate the feminists. Maybe we invite the feminists? What's the cooldown on our exile? 28 months. So I think we invite this feminist, and then we promote them to gov. I don't think we want to pass universal suffrage. We got Riutella Ligon. And we're going to promote her. Unfortunately, promoting her to gov does have a negative side effect if it makes it less likely for us to roll a humanitarian. But, at the same time, we would like women's suffrage. We would like the suffrage for the women. And so, this will help the labor quite a bit. We are running out of labor in some spots, and it's just going to become an increasingly large problem. So now, we're going to swap all the rails to electric, I think. And this is going to cause an enormous problem, and then we'll solve it. Makes a ton more transport. Saves a bunch of coal. So we're going to swap this, and then alongside this, I think we're going to start using water tube boiler in a couple places. To help on that front. And electric engines too. And we will get some bad news in the form of just completely untenable electricity in some places, just huge shortages. Yeah, this is going to be a really bit of a problem. We're going to let these construction sectors finish, or most of them, and now we're going to check the earnings, and every place that's above 2.5, we're going to build 3. And we're going to make sure 2 are building anywhere that's above 2. This is actually like just kind of a poor proxy for this, but these are also auto-expanding, so we're just going to handle these ones first. And then anyone that's above 1.5, I think we're just going to add 1. And this is a little bit tedious and suboptimal, but why are there so many radical trade unions? Probably because they were not in gov. The trade unions, the rural folk, and the Intelligentsia were not in gov for an extended period of time. They're in the government now. And the new change where the radicals tend to be from parties that are in the opposition. So now we're generating a lot of radicals from the Industrialists. But other than that, things look pretty good. There needs to be a resource price map mode. This is probably going to be implemented. I mean, I forget how to get to it, but there was something in the UI that like kind of looks a little bit like that was the plan. All right, where has the cheap construction opportunities? Oh, look at this. We have a bunch of labor everywhere now. Right, because we turned on a bunch of labor-saving PMs as well. And so this will tide us over, I think, until we get multiculturalism with China in our market, which has always been the plan. We can't invite another agitator. Women's suffrage has a decent chance. Hopefully it doesn't get bricked. We'll see how that shakes out, though. Yeah, let's get to have doubling construction over the course of the episode. We're almost there. And you know what? We have increased the price of like glass and steel a lot in the market. So let's take a look. Earnings are way up on some of these. We're gonna 51 in Saxony here. This is back in queue. And then we're gonna add like level 1 in a lot of these places. That could be very profitable. I guess we probably want to incorporate Umbria. And then we're going to do the same for glass and tools. Oh, look at this earnings, baby. And then we're going to put the glass on auto expand as well. And then explosives. What are you looking like? Yep, explosives are expensive too. And then the glass we want on auto expand because it is a consumer good in most of the places. Not every place do we have it on that. And so if you just open good tab and zoom on a state, isn't something like map mod for a particular good? So we can... We could do this. We could see the production on the map, and production will imply that the price is lower there. Fine arts, perhaps, a poor example. We could look at, like, I mean, we could look at production and then look at consumption and then, like, make inferences. Cheese is right to take the Swiss for the lead. Maybe we'll have to take the Swiss. But, like, it's so bad on the infamy, like, front. It's just, like, really not good. I think our eco is kind of popping off. I'm not even that sure. Are we not spreading a lot of tech now? Socialism, reinforced concrete, it's fine. Days of Darkness. This is Vicky too. Krakatoa. Positive relations, or infamy is increased by 5. How much government expenses is that? It's wild that this scales with your own income. Yeah. Lead for glass. I understand. We have so much lead already, though. We have it in Silesia. I think we're not building too many engines, and we're not getting the prosperity bonus, or we're about to lose it. So we're gonna swap off of this. And is there one for electricity? Because we're producing a ton of these. I don't think there's one for electricity, but if there is, we're gonna go for it. No, there's not. Maybe we'll go for the tools one for now. Like, super long term, the ones that increase throughput on, the companies that increase throughput on resource industries are probably, like, insane. Just stacking a whole bunch of them for the additional throughput. In the dev diary, dev said you could force a subject to start enacting a law in the country panel. Any subject you can try this on? Let's take a look. I don't see it, so let's go diplomatic actions. Diplomatic demands. I don't see anything to that effect. Oh, we could return state Wallonia. 12 infamy. I mean, it's ours by right, right? What's even here? Just a lot of stuff. I think the actual eco of this province is probably huge. GDP 19 million. That seems like a lot. Let's look at how other people have been doing. Great Britain freaking popped off. And that's kind of it. They are not popping off in the Japan run. This is not, we really want to get rice too. It might not even be Shangzi anymore, by the way, guys. You might want to go for Xiaozhou. Why Xiaozhou? It has silk dyes and... Oh, it doesn't have silk dyes cotton. Can't make the Uber thing, but you want something with silk dyes cotton and rice. That has, like, unlimited... I mean, maybe we're just supposed to annex these guys. Everyone will hate our guts. I do think the resource industry in Silesia encouragement could probably go. And then we can tax services and build more. Yeah. And probably road maintenance too. Yeah. Let me do that. And now we're making a ton of money. I think we're gonna wait for a lot of our stuff to like go through before we add more construction though. We have like this huge, well, actually that means we should add just more construction. But this is not gonna be as reliable because of reasons. Those dreaded dastardly reasons. Something like this. Home Electrics has 10% throughput electricity as a bonus. I think it's not what you need, but we don't have a way of generating prosperity on it because it's we can't generate prosperity. We can't. Our prosperity on the fine art tires about it right now, but we can't generate prosperity because it requires the an industry we don't have, right? Or let's Jesus, all this clicking. I think that's probably one of the better ones though. Let's find it. Yeah, so we don't have electric industries yet. Otherwise, I'd be inclined to agree with you. Looks like we're gonna go 5K construction, freedom to starve. I think we want increased imports. Let's actually take a look. It's been a while since we've done these. Oh, baby. Holy MAPI, we can get some big trade routes. Like, I was so, like, one point in my Japan run, I'm just so disappointed because it's, like, so hard to get anything done with trade now. But when you have 90 MAPI, the world opens up. Notably, these will not affect our prices in as robust a way as we would like. I also have to, like, kind of think through the effects of trade and, like, sit down with a piece of paper and do some math in terms of how MAPI affects trade. I mean, I have to double check, like, I know it's a diminished effect, but I have to think what the overall trade strategy is supposed to be in light of MAPI. Or if it's just a diminished effect, or if there's something else going on as well. We can export so many to the British market, allegedly. We can really dump into their market. Oh man. But it says it's not profitable. We're already exporting a ton of this. Small arms, can we export? Man, do we care? Steamers, let's export steamers. The PMs are relatively good. Porcelain, sure. I wonder how much of this is going to pop up our GDP. We'll see, I guess. Also, this should make it pretty easy to pull people into our customs union, which I still think is good, but the positive effects of customs unions are also diminished as far as I can tell. But this is going to require thinking about it a little bit. We can export autos too, which normally is not possible. Oh, I guess we can. We'll actually try and set a route, because maybe demand will rise. We'll set routes to kind of some of the bigger countries. Because maybe the demand will rise once it appears in the market. So we just put in a whole bunch of trade routes And what is this? We're at 6.69, and of course we are going to need a lot more government admins. We can't get swayed. Somehow we have to not be having... Oh, we have an interest everywhere. Why is... Oh, whatever. So 6.69 is nice. I'm not sure where it would be. Thanks for looking. I mean, maybe if we right click and interact with, like... Yeah, I don't know where it is. Without supply, there is no demand. Yeah. Is artillery also basically absent from your game? Yeah, artillery is non-existent at this point. So we get a 3 million GDP climb after a tick. And these trade routes have to increase in size too. So really expecting a little bit of a come up from them. And now, Great Britain started an import, and we see that it's supposed to reach level 8. Now you guys don't see that, but now Russia, they started an import, it's supposed to reach level 7. So it does look like you can dump this into people's markets, which is fantastic. So we can get trade agreements. Let's see if we can expand our customs union. No, we can't. Okay. Okay. We would want to get them into our customs union, so why don't we bankroll them as well? And we're currently now at about 2.5 times kind of our starting construction at the start of this episode. The GDPs like feel very depressed overall, but 5 years of 170k. I don't think we want to pay that. I think we'd rather have more construction instead. Venezuela, New Granada got scooped up by the US for that. Make Dominion, probably ask for war reps too. Oh no, we still have a ton of infamy, so. When are we gonna discover oil here, my guys? Y'all gotta get on that. Standard fencing, because we don't have electricity there. Sad, true. I agree. Berlin Citizens Association. We'll get some enactment chance. Really high literacy it's coming up. Part of that is driven by... Man, SOL is just so sticky, it feels like. We finally have more... Or actually, we have had more loyalists than radicals for a while now. We might want to decrease taxes at some points. I don't think we're at the point where we have like equilibrium unemployment, but let's check. We have 4 million unemployment, 12 million peasants. That's probably just mostly frictional and or in China. That is where our unemployment's coming from. Like 1.2, yeah, 2.5 million are from here. Doesn't mean cheap labor though. Why can't you... It's probably qualifications problem, because they're discriminated. Our kingdom, it's still our kingdom for not discriminating against Bobs. So Mara is going against Kebab, and they want some help. What will Kebab offer us? Transfer states? Oh, so whatever Mara is offering us is worth less than what Kebab will offer us. Also, Kebab will actually give us decent states, it looks like. So, and the USA is also involved in a thing. So, let's see. Become subject? Okay. Okay. I really know you want to put down this Mara liberal revolt. I guess that's what it'll take. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. They couldn't have done it without us. So we're gonna see what's their return Tejas and American war reps. Will you They won't bankroll us. They'll become subject. Tejas. We'll send them there with the big army. USA didn't like that. What is this? We must have lost a bonus somewhere. That's unfortunate. Or we incurred a malice. Just creating a little bit of buffer. We'll do it up to the ones that only have plus 50 tax, and then we'll take a look at what areas we can get up to 51. So this one we can up to 51, so that's 41. Something like this. Hopefully that gives us a bunch. GDP drop because Krakatoa eruption. Best event, chain event in game, immersive experience. Oh, that's interesting. Our GDP is not though, baby. Do you need to cull the lesser productive rates to increase volume on the more productive orders? Not super aggressively. Like, so it's like a question of like how much you want to micro it at some point, because you do want to like. Okay, you do want to engage in some culling. But like also we would rather have a depressed price of grain just in the abstract and an increased price of liquor in the abstract, and so I'm also not really that concerned. I do have to do some math because I think that there might be like some like I have to like sit down with a pen and paper and like look at like some of the effects of trade, but guten Tag, guten morning. Yeah, we should be able to just like it's so stupid we could just protectorate. Like, look at our market. Das German market. It's not the biggest ever, but we actually can't bankroll into protectorate right now. And so we're not bankrolling to get people into a market, except for them. We're trying to invite them into the customs union, which they wouldn't even accept. Because they're cautious. We're just, I guess, giving them free money. Council Republic will be nice. I think we might do it relatively soon because we are approaching the GDP like cutoff rate range, and we don't have a huge market of people. Of course, it makes the AI more hostile, so maybe this is no good. Do we have our exile here? No. Okay. We'll recruit him, we'll set him on advanced front, and then we'll see if there's anyone else. This guy's a pacifist. Alright, let's see about recruiting a navy. Bandit reformer, is he reformed or no? What we're looking for is a trade unionist, by the way. We'll take a communist, I guess. Really would like... Oh, humanitarian! Alright. So here's the problem, though. He's only neutral. And we have a lot of generals and stuff that are Intelligentsia. This guy is not very popular, so we don't have to worry about him. But this guy's, well, this guy's hated, so we don't have to worry about him. Positivist. This guy's market liberal neutral, so we do have to worry about him. We will say, see you later. Sorry, dog. Ooh, we have an anarchist rural folk there. Oh, we have another humanitarian guy who's plus 10. Alright, 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 alright. Now, we're not going to exile until we finish passing the law we're trying to pass, but we're setting it up so that we're only going to roll humanitarians in here. Okay, so all of our generals are fixed. We only have humanitarians or people less popular than the current Intelligentsia. This guy's humanitarian as well. Communist, pacifist. What about you? You're a feminist. You're pretty well liked. Sorry. Sorry, we don't take kindly to feminists around here. This guy is jingoist. We'll actually avoid him because we might want to utilize trade unionists. So this guy's just a reformer, whatever. He's a feminist, which is good. That one doesn't have a guy. That okay, perfect. Gross gotten Himmel. And I think we're just gonna send another 70 stack over here. But this is good. This is good for us. This is real good. So we are gonna take this guy out and then exile him once we finish passing our law of women's suffrage. We'll take him out and exile him. Actually, the humanitarians support women's suffrage, so let's take a save. Because I do not want to. I will be a little bit scummy with this, with the humanitarian business on this run. I generally don't like doing it, but oh yeah, well, okay, never mind. Take it all back. We have to wait another 16 months, but then we can get a humanitarian, who I believe supports feminism as well. Love the flags bug, by the way. Tier 1 bug. I'm just playing Tunis every game. The truth hurts. In the start of your games, I often import silk from Europe GPs for a few buildings, but as soon as I get access to China, the route goes smaller with productivity until I cull the existing one, but it seems situational. Yeah, I mean... yeah. I get it. It's just that I do not want to have to... It's like playing super optimally and playing good enough are like two different things, and like pouring over the like trade routes is... But I think that exporting overall might be a lot better than importing in the context of when you have local goods prices effects. But I have to take a closer look at it. But if this is the case, this does change things a little bit in terms of trade strategy, but I can't say if the trade strategy is necessarily changed. I can just say that I know that... Okay, successful scheme. I know that the effects of trade are diminished. I don't know if the trade strategy is different now. I'm not sure. Right, because it allows you to pull up market prices or down market prices. And in the abstract, I think it's better to have higher prices. It's best to have even prices, but in the abstract, I think it's better to have higher prices. But this now allows you to have like more market sell orders without having like regional, yeah. So I don't know. I gotta take a closer look at these things. That is going to be a lot more construction. That's going to crank up our GDP. Turned up over 5k construction. The GDP pops up like instantly on the back of that. That's such like an underrated tech. Like it looks so innocuous. Like for newer players, like the tech just I think doesn't seem very good at all. And then it's actually one of the better ones. We're gonna land the District of Columbs. I feel in my plums. That's true. Oh no, we forgot to try and reverse sway. That's kind of whatever. Do you need help, Great Britain, with the Dutch East Indies peasant revolt? That seems like a big one. That seems like something you would need help with. Watch them give us the Dutch East Indies over this. They're cocky, but okay, we could just ask for an obligation, but that's... We'll stay out of this one. The Mara revolt gets put down. Kebab's now a grateful subject. Yeah, look at the GDP, like, turn up right here. This is because we got a huge increase in prices on all of our construction goods. But also, we're hemorrhaging money for now, so we gotta... I mean, it gives us the opportunity to build a lot of really profitable buildings, so we just gotta do that for a while. Like, the earnings have not been this high for a while on these 38. So we'll just 51 that there. Something like this. Hey, just tuned in. Hey, Quaza, how's it going? Can you show the late game mobilization options and get all late game units? Well, I'm not. I haven't gotten to, like, tanks and stuff. I have gotten to automobiles, and the automobiles are a bit interesting because they don't actually increase. So if we take a look, ooh, luxurious supplies. This is new. We just got. I don't even know what tech we got this from, but you have like. So this is helping with the morale, but this actually helps with offense and defense to a pretty big extent, actually. But like you can use these to create targeted demand in your economy, which I really like. Let's see. Let's just quickly go through them then. Extra supplies and morale loss doesn't matter right now because morale's broken. Offense, defense, forced march. This overall seems bad, but you know, it might be the case that you want to use this, like, if you want to have a, like, organizing, like, landing party squads and, like, combat squads and all this is going to be super interesting. Truck transport gives you mobilization speed and formation travel speed, which I think is going to be pretty useful, but it no longer gives you any extra military and uses autos. Autos are also actually now consumed, which is fantastic. So you, like, actually build a lot of autos. Railway transport, gives, let's see, let's go back to that. Railway mobilization speed. I'm not sure exactly what the difference between railway mobilization and regular mobilization. But they get there up faster. Overall, it seems like it takes longer to travel, so, using these might help you make use of that. Morale loss and recovery rate for first aid, and I'm assuming it's oh, you can just activate first aid and field hospitals. But it's interesting because maybe you want to create demand for tools and opium instead of fabric and liquor. So I actually assumed you would, but free-minded People's Party, kicking some butts. And in another 16 months we will be able to hopefully get our humanitarian and really turn up. I wonder if there's ever a way. We would have to get these guys to be weak before we could subjugate him. Yeah, oh damn nice. Oh damn nice indeed. What is this? What's this? Did they land us? They did land us. How rude. Let's do that. So you can have dedicated formations for different uses. Yeah, this is the really cool thing. However, the UI right now just sucks butt. So like, I would not. Yeah, it's like really not good right now. Man, we are super cranking up. MAPI is so good. Kind of reminds me of Hoey 4 in an abstract way. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of it too. I mean, I think that as the game gets more and more developed, the warfare is going to increasingly resemble Hoey. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Our naval landing gets in, and before our guy can actually get there, it gets quashed. And so, naval landings in some contexts are, like, literally impossible. Like, it's not a matter of troops or anything like this. It's just a matter of, like, it literally cannot be done. because they quash out the front before your guy can get onto the front. Alright, let's study for the next eruption. Lone Star State's doing alright though. Did the guys get unassigned from the front? No, they're on the front. It's just even now. New York, Oklahoma front. I'll move this guy over. The update is on September 14th. No, there's no way I don't think it's September 14th. I think you're mistaken. I think they said there was going to be 3 waves, like, roughly 3 weeks apart, where there's, like, a partial update. Or, like, a major patch to the update. I mean, I could be mistaken, but I think you're... It's so crazy how auto-expand is now actually significantly better. We're gonna actually put auto-expand down on a couple things. Because of local prices. Oh yeah, partial update, yeah. Minting and loan interest rate. Man, loan interest rate's gonna be... We're gonna be taking a pretty big deficit, so that's actually gonna be super useful. And we are well on our way to getting the most MAPI. The biggest MAPI, the best MAPI. Potential smart play, move army to Mexico HQ, so when landing happens they can travel to Mexico. You're right, actually, that is probably the play. Alright. But we have to move guy who's not mobilized. So this 43 stack, right? Station. Can we station him in Texas? We can. So let's station him in Texas. And then see if we can do it. Big brain. Is it now possible to set up a naval invasion in the middle of a diplomatic flight? No. I wish. Gone to the dogs. I'm gonna see, how far are we from being able to exile? 6 months. Wow, we could be in the next bracket if we just decrease taxes. So we'll do that. Oh man, our GDP is going up so fast now. It was so freaking flat early on. Now, of course, this is from 78 to 91, so it's not the full picture, but it is so satisfying to, like, see it really accelerate. Someone's cramping our style. But, like, yeah, they won't be able to get there in time. Oh, they are getting there in time because we don't have eyes. Yeah, that hurts. I hate it when we don't have eyes. So, but this 43 stack, which is now stationed in Texas, should be able to get here faster now. We'll put... Those guys are at the Pacific Coast. North Germany. Why don't we move some North German guys over here? We now have women's suffrage. Hey, can't quite exile yet. 4 months. But then hopefully we'll be going for multiculturalism then. Let's actually check our agitators. Also, we're at righteous 95, so we'll up this. So we're still in the same bracket. Starting to lose a lot of money here, so. Hold up, America, the playthrough looks weak. America, what do you mean? Like, relative to normal? They're actually doing okay. 85 million? They're one of the better ones? They didn't take Mexico because they got reverse swayed on, like, repeatedly. So, there's that. I think we wanted to incorporate Shaanxi. I think we are, though. Same with Beijing. It does take a hot minute. Yeah, we're just really cranking up in terms of land. Look at this, though. Look how responsive our tax, this SOL was to the tax situation. Maybe we just want to try and farm bonuses and decrease, because we're not on bonuses for a lot of these, and like we're kind of close to. I guess we're gonna lose this bonus. Agriculture. This bonus is also significantly better now because it also applies to plantations. I think it didn't before, but that's like it makes it. Wait, wasn't it also logging? Is this because? Do we have a unique thing? Bonus? Interesting. 7 weeks. Communism in my Germany, please. I'm a German IRL. Well, you know, beggars can't be choosers. Yeah, in terms of land, AI cucked AI, big nice. You love it when it happens. You love it when a plan comes together. Yeah, they're gonna give up soon. Revoke claim on Texas. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be big nice. Wow, we almost have our queue cleared out. We could take a look at maybe swapping our company. Oh, we wanted to make tools. We don't have a lot of tools, I think, right now. So we're probably gonna put a bunch of tools for the extra construction speed on them. Definitely gonna 51 this, so 48, 49, 50, 51. Saxony has the biggest malice I've seen, but we'll still. Alright, so let's. I guess rails are less profitable now. Most of these are kind of building up as needed. And wherever there's a lot of earnings, we probably need more of that anyways. But now let's start going after some of these better PMs. Like the cotton on rails, the dyes on rails, and opium on rails, and tea on rails. Just all these, we're swapping them all to rails. Which is going to cause rails to be very profitable in some areas. Rail log cards, of course. So the earnings should shift. And then wherever the earnings are real high, we're just going to add some. So if they're over 2, we're going to add a rail. But this, like, this situation with the local goods, it's not, I think it's good as a simulation, but it is really tedious. What are you offering us? Sure, dude. Whoa, did UK side against us? What's going on? Yeah, they did. Damn, dude. Not what we wanted. Certainly not ideal. How enjoyable is 1.5 playthrough right now? It's enjoyable because it's interesting, but I think I would be. If it wasn't interesting, it's actually incredibly tedious in a lot of spots. So like, take that how you will, I guess. I hate that guys don't auto reassign to France. It's like more micromanagement heavy than ever in this type of stuff. So. Athabasca? Yeah, it's new for me too. I guess we're gonna move the Grand Army up that way once this Texas business is done. Or GDP tanked. What happened? Oh, the rails, PMs. Yeah, they rear their ugly heads. And we know that that's going to cause electricity problems. We're slowly getting pushed here, but they're going to be done before then. I saw unique approval activated traits for interest groups in game, but I didn't find any. I don't think, yeah, I mean, I looked around at some of the bigger countries and I didn't see any, and I didn't want to look at every single country, so... Someone on Discord said that it was a mistake of the devs to put it in the changelog. It's supposed to come out the second of the partial. Yeah, that tracks, I guess. What the fuck, man? So this is going to be one that's actually impossible for us to win, because if we land one, they're gonna get on the other thing, and if we land the other thing, it's gonna be... So we might swap sides and capitulate. It seems that the revs are like actually like impossible to land because we have to. We're not at war with either of these. That's a problem because we are at war with them, and we can't possibly get the war goal here. So we're actually gonna switch sides and capitulate there. Radical Athabasca. Oh, no, wait. We're supporting Radical Athabasca, and we occupied this. That's why we can't land. Okay, just kidding. We're gonna, like, fight it out. Their flags being identical is big, not nice. That's, like, the opposite of nice. Where's the tear in the flag? I want to know. Man, I wish they would hotfix this. There's some problems. I think you have sides reversed. Radicals is who you sided with. Yeah, you're correct. I was confused. Also, I've had problems where, like, we can't do the things. So now I think we're just kind of sitting tight. I mean, I guess we could demobilize this in case we want to use them back at home for landings or something. I think we're going to move the Grand Army back to Germany, though. Let's de-escalate the situation, I suppose. I think this is the only place we're colonizing. We're soon not going to be able to colonize it, though. And it looks like we're going to enforce real quick on this. GDP is coming back up after our debacle with changing the things. Now that some of these places, yeah, are starting to get their electricity and transport. The liberal revolt has started up against us. East India Company liberal revolt. You don't say. So I think we move the Grand Army. Ah, we can't fucking remobilize. I really hate this. We can't remobilize is like actually such an annoying feature. But this is what I'm talking about with in regards to like it not necessarily, yeah, there's some problems. That's what I'm saying. How's the new military changes feel? Well, they feel bad when they're causing problems. Haven't had the chance to play it. Thanks for pulling that up. Would love to see a new one for 1.5. Yeah. Your Japan guide helped me tremendously for multiplayer. Interesting. Would love to see a new one. I actually last night uploaded Japan start for 1.5, so that's actually, if you would love to see it, it is in fact available. Let's go resources. Make sure those are all built out and all auto expanding. We're gonna do the same for I forgot we got this. Rip the dream, man. I think we could always auto expand opium. Actually, rice farms are better, maybe, than opium, as much as it hurts me to say. Oh damn, I subbed you, but it didn't show up. Gotta hit the notifications bell, dog. Oil's the future, it's not the children, it's the oil. The children of the oil of the corn. We're probably gonna go to about 1:15, so that's another 45 minutes. Unless we somewhere get a random, like, huge thing. So we see Xing wants to conquer Guangdong, but we can ask for a bankroll, we can ask for transfer states. Will you actually give us a sizable state? No, not really. It's just all these interior ones. Xi'an, Ningxia, Sichuan, like none of these bigger states. Do you want to transfer? But I think we want to defend them anyways. Well, actually, let's see what they would give us. So we could use this to maybe try and cut off France's ingress. We could cut off Niger, so we could cut off like some of this over here. But I think we want to support these guys anyways. We can go for war goals. We could live Brittany. We could conquer state. It's gonna cost us the infamy though. So I'd rather transfer one of these. So Moanin, Urga. I mean, I guess we'll... I wish it would highlight the state. So there's Urga up there. Urga does have some stuff, but it would not be contiguous, so if we lost them out of our customs union, that'd be like opposite of Big Nice. Xi'an is not a potential one. Qinghai. Yeah, why not? Moanin. And then you have 11 days left until you're mobilized, but then we can probably pretty... What's the biggest exploit you've seen so far from the beta? Probably reverse sways are just unhinged, which technically isn't an exploit, but it's like a problem. It's nowhere near balanced. Although it does seem to be improved a little bit, but like in order to put down the East India Company revolt, the UK offered us the East India Company. So we can't mobilize these guys? So this is a bit annoying. Oh, it's still demobilized for another 115 days. Yeah, when you demobilize, you're stuck for like... that's like so breaking. Game breaking. A huge portion of our army can't do anything, actually. We might swap side. Like, so this... We could clap France with these guys, but we can't use them for another half year? That's so asinine, dude. Sure. I don't know. I might switch sides and capitulate for this one. Hopefully they just back down and we get our Moanin or whatever. don't know what's putting us at war with the UK. Get a trade agreement with Peru, Bolivia. We could offer them an obligation. We'll do this. Customs union them. Because we're not going to do them the slow way, so. It does highlight, you have to zoom in. Oh, my bad. I'll play once combat is much more playable. I'm happy with the change of direction. I am too, but like, it actually feels so hard to answer the question. Like, people are like, do you like the changes? Is it playable? And it's like, maybe. Depends on your perspective. We're gonna turn that on, turn that up. Are we... Alright, whose side is Russia on here? Alright, we're almost done. Oh, okay, so this one actually... Oh, what's going on? Are these guys now have... Yeah, so this is super annoying. So we sided with radical these guys to make them a subject. UK sided with this guy, and so UK's the war leader, but they can't capitulate. So we're actually going to switch sides to here, to these guys. Otherwise, this war stays in forever. So this is... We've done a lot of this as well. Cannot capitulate while you're suzerain. So this is the idea. He can't capitulate because his suzerain's participating, and his suzerain is not the war leader because they weren't the war leader at the start, and we will capitulate. Wait, we won't capitulate in their other one. We'll capitulate for this though, because otherwise they're not getting enforced on. I mean, yeah. And so then I'm gonna swatch back to Germany, but we might. I don't know. Well, actually, I think we have enough time to get people onto fronts, maybe. Britain sides with the great... I mean, I think we win this war anyways, but... Still annoying. So now whoever's on this general here, we're gonna move him over to this one here. And now, let's see, 22 stack, you're doing something. We'll keep you 3 stack for infiltrating. Deploy this guy to that front. And we'll put one of the 70 stacks into here. And hopefully we'll put... Yeah, this 182, I think we'll put on the front with France once we can move him. Can mobilize them in 58 days. Yeah, it's just so stupid. They get back and they can't be remobilized. Suzerain, is that the suzerain can't capitulate when the... No, it's not new, but the normally UK would be the war leader and they're not the war leader. So the buggy thing is that the UK is not the war leader. We might switch sides and capitulate on this one as well. Banjar peasant revolt. Son of a bizzle, dude. I don't even remember where Banjar is. Alright, we're gonna send our 3 stack of that away. But like, our army is useless for like half a year when we demobilize. I guess we just have to never demobilize, but this seems pretty stupid. $25 days. Oh, but we can do something. We can now exile the guy, right? And we're pretty sure that we will roll up the... oh, no. Come on. God damn it. Alright, whatever. We wanted the humanitarian. Hopefully this guy just dies. I thought we checked it. Oh well, it's not too big a deal. I mean, it's kind of a big deal. If we were trying to min-max the run, it's a huge deal, not having the labor, but we're swapping sides and capitulating and shit, so like, none of this is really too crazy. Alright, so now we can put in another company. So, I think we want to think about which companies we want to keep. Man, the Fine Attire, I wish we could make them more profitable. I guess we probably can. Let's do Silk and Dyes Inc. Maybe. And then start thinking about trying to specialize these. Yeah, so we're gonna specialize. We're gonna crank up a lot of dyes in some places, I think. I think you can crank up sugar. We're gonna get a ton of sugar from other stuff, though. We actively don't want millet, but here we can make cotton and crank up that. These we'll put on auto expand. Auto expand. Something like this. Yeah, I mean, we can't use our huge army. Oh my god. For 15 days, maybe we'll just try and fight this. It's either fight this or swap sides, but Rheinmetall is good too, no? Yeah, it is. You're over the infamy cap? No. Just, everyone's getting reverse swayed in to these wars. Okay, so now we can try and mobilize, which of course takes time too. Hopefully we could re-push out those fronts relatively quick. We are pushing, we're winning over here kind of quickly, so... Oh, looks like we're gonna get a free push over there. Who's the war leader? It's the French. So I think we have everyone mobilized, but if we don't have anyone mobilized, we can land with them. Or if anyone's not mobilized, no, we've mobilized everyone. Everyone's in it. Everyone's somewhere. But yeah, we can take a look. Rheinmetall is good. I think for the army offense and defense, for the bonus, they're good. I think that but right now we're trying to abuse the construction bonus, and so that's why we're building a bunch of dyes out there, trying to make our clothes actually profitable, because they're not very profitable. I know there's no pops there, but... I think the strategies long-term become a lot more different and interesting as well. I think maybe we make that one sugar. There's exactly 51 remaining in some of these spots. Looks like we did kind of set some of these up to, yeah, do sugar. But I think you want to get sugar from rice farms. I think rice farms are uber OP now. So... And then we're gonna need, like, railways in these areas too. But they'll figure it out. World War I time, yeah, basically. Everyone wants a World War I. It looks like, I mean, it looks like the AI is also really bad at, like, correctly mobilizing and correctly inferring. And look, someone unassigned from our front, which is fantastic. We love to see those. Oh, I guess they're there? They just were perfectly matched for a second? I don't know. Also, I love how it's going to push towards their capital there, so that's the thing. Do have to make sure all of these guys are on advance orders, otherwise they're not going to advance. We do have an objective, but I think we need it to be Isle de France instead. Banjar Peasant Revolts. Our guy couldn't get there in time. We're just gonna switch sides and capitulate then, because this is an example of one where it's gonna be impossible, because we'll land, occupy, and then they will re-push because those guys are just sitting there. You know what I'm saying? Since they have guys sitting in that front, there's no way that we can possibly have military, like, exactly right where it needs to be, such that they won't be able to push us out first. Oh no, we got game overed. We've been annexed. Oop. It's not who we wanted. Oh my god. You know what I hate though? When you do this, I think it breaks your auto expands. Does it? Yeah, it does break your auto expands. Tragic. We're getting some synthetics plants. Interesting. Those are going to be interesting to locally place. We definitely want the power plants. All these auto expanding. Skirmish. Oh no. All of the specific agrarian stuff we had auto expanding in specific ways is now dead. Fuck, man. This is a travesty. Also emptied out some of our queue. That's kind of obnoxious. So for example, here we gotta auto expand. Okay. At this, like, I mean, we should have just left Benjar to their own devices. Just be like, forget about it. We don't need you anyway. I think we're gonna sugar that one up. It's so crazy because, like, we used to be, like, Team Millet all the way. Now we're not Team Millet anymore. We've left Team Millet. I guess Millet here. But actually, you know what? Not even Millet here. We are firmly off Team Millet. We'd rather have the livestock ranches, I think. Used to be Team Millet. Party in the front, grain in the back. Not anymore. Party in the front, grain in the back. Problems. Bro, I hate this game so much. I tried to do a leadership play on Italy, and the United States, United Kingdom, and France all got involved. This is on lenient and not aggressive. Yeah, the AI is really psychotic in 1.5, if that's what you're talking about. But also, like, I don't know, leadership's a pretty big deal. Global affairs. Did guys unassign? Or what's going on here? I think guys unassigned too. That was a hot mess. Yeah, we should have just let them Benjar be gone forever. We sent a guy, but he couldn't get there in time, so this is 1.4. Oof. I mean, I haven't played too deep with 1.4, so it's hard for me to make evaluations, but I think we were trying to overbuild tools. No, so now, where can we build silk? I think it's the other question. We're gonna cause so much unemployment if we build it in Beijing. I forgot we did this. Put this on auto expand. And we're gonna put this at the front of the queue, and of course, a power plant at the front of the queue, because we need those everywhere now. Yeah, just insane level of tedium though. So these guys are stationed. We're gonna demobilize them. It's gonna take forever, but then we can do a landing. Italy's losing in this. Yeah, Italy is. I think that we're fine though. Like, I don't, like, what's Russia doing? Russia's drunk right now, right? Like, I see no front where they're doing well. Or is this Russia? They're just pushing, but they're gonna get pushed out. But they just like landed with their entire army. Or something like this. Can we not? Oh my god, is it because it's not? No, it is a strategic objective. We are gonna enforce on them, but... Oh, I think our clothing industry also fell off because of the revolt. That makes sense. These guys revolted, our clothing industry fell off. That makes a lot of sense. God, I really wish we had rolled the humanitarian, though, instead of this jingoist stuff. Like, when we had checked, we didn't have a popular non-humanitarian... Or actually, I think that guy was random rolled. I don't think we had a jingoist, even. I think he was something else. Maybe it was the jingoist. Maybe we should have just fired him anyways. Just mistakes we were made. I can't see anyone else to invite. I mean, we had a lot of humanitarians in... for when that guy dies. That are in the military and the navy. Right, let's see what this guy is. Market liberal. Don't hate that. Market liberal. Alright, so... Actually, kind of starting to hate it, considering we want to go commie soon. So maybe that was a mistake. I'm gonna recruit this guy. Move on advance. Find a 58 stack. Just looking for guys that will be of the ideology we prefer. Social Democrats, not terrible. Pacifist is... We do not want a pacifist intelligentsia. We enforce on the East India Company liberal revolt, and so we have our boys back. And did that pop up our GDP? It did a little bit. Sucks that we lose the graph when we swap sides. But now we're researching macroeconomics ahead of time, because MAPI is the way. It's not about the companies, it's about the MAPI. This is like one of the best techs in the game now. What's the benefit to have more than one general in formation? I think they can only lead so many troops actively, but I also think that whatever benefit might be conferred is probably bugged to hell right now, because the systems aren't like fully in place yet, really. In my opinion, so I wouldn't read too much into it, but I think it's they can I think the amount of troops that can be led still makes a difference, right? And so if we have a formation of 182 and one general can only lead like 100 or whatever, I think it like see, we have regular battalion command limit, so I think that like the absolute command limit of like the biggest battalion you can make is like 400 wide or whatever. Why are we not pushing out of here? Ooh, also establish colony, Timbuktu. Let's go, baby. Let's see what we got here with the agrarian situation. Are we? Oh my god, we're not on increased wool gathering. We never turned it on. I think we want to be on apple orchards too. We're starting to lose a decent chunk of money, but I think I think we can build into this. If you go over the limit, you get malices. I think you just don't get to use all the troops simultaneously, but like if you I think if you have like a max lead amount of like, let's say 400 and you have 500 in there, I think if 100 die, you still get to operate at full strength, I think is the benefit. It's like reserves rather than malices, I would think. Yeah. They're not conquering shit. Return or the Rhineland. Oh, you mean in Hoey? Okay. We get in, we're pushing. Push it, push it, push it, push it. You guys are gonna capitulate. We'll take Burma. Probably should have just used internals, to be honest. TBH. But this is why we did Burma. So we could pull them in. Because Siam is isolationist at the start of the game, and so we figured we could get Burma in, but not Siam. Not Siam, I am. Looks like France, they of course will not accept our help, but yeah, this is just native uprising. We could have been more proactive about cutting them off. I'm too lazy to try and do it now. It does add a decision. We get an obligation from the shogunate. Let's see if we're still cautious. We are. Absolving the obligation won't really do anything. Maybe we just start bankrolling here. Save a little bit of cash. Not sure we want that level of bureaucracy. Also not sure we want to incorporate any of this. I think we want to just extract here from the Congo for the most part. That way we get the bonuses on the rubber output. But I'm not really sure. Yeah, so you know what? I actually think you probably in unincorporated states want to use the steam railways, and this would be so tedious to swap them all to steam trains instead. Because you don't want to build up the local electricity required, or you want them on diesel trains. Maybe. I'm not even sure. Can you just like give up? Or okay, thanks. Bye. Are we getting that spread? We're not getting any natural spread, so we could probably downsize some of these unions. You know, the really tall one we built at Brandenburg's enough, so we'll just down to 60 here. Of course, on the Sikh Empire, cool. Something like this. Considering that they should rival Russia, we should rival Russia. We cannot. Or it's sad that Japan will never be a threat late game. I mean, they're getting their market open. They swapped it so that they would get their market open more consistently. And if that causes the AI to be able to like do the normal kind of chain of events, then maybe this will be enough. Looks like they're about to get enforced on, and we can annex someone, I'm assuming. We will have like 0 information. Yeah, we do have 0. Can't annex them. We can dominion these guys. That's pretty high dominion cost. Let's save just in case something weird happens, like someone offers to protectorate them even though they already are protectorate. And we will load rather than swapping sides. I really didn't like having put all those things back in. Plus for war reps too, to make it more likely that they back down. So I'm actually interested in testing this. My understanding was this just makes it so we start collecting attacks and then we have to pay the authority for it. But let's see if we just get it free. Yeah, we just start collecting attacks and we have to pay for it. That is making a lot of revenue though. What the frick? The automobile tax is good now. Luxury tax is better, but what do the offer support buttons do? Paul, I'm not sure which buttons you referred to. Paul says, alright, I'm back for practicing tomorrow. What did I miss? Oh yeah, that's right. Everyone, there is a Team 3v3v3 death match. The finals for patch 1.3 going on tomorrow. What have you missed? Just kind of chilling and ecoing up and doing stuff. The UK had some problems with the East India Company, and you know, this East India Company, I think we're probably going to make this swap actually, workers' protections here. The East India Company was revolting, and so of course in order to assist them, they swayed us, or we reverse swayed and offered up the East India Company as compensation for helping put down the revolt in the East India Company. So that's kind of the majorist thing. Eco's also really been popping off, but we've had to swap sides because of buggy and weird wars, and so we haven't really, yeah. Italy gets swayed. Can we sway anyone? They get swayed. Wow, everyone just gets swayed. And they won't consider our sways until... Yeah. Well, I mean, fair enough, I guess. Italy embargoes us. That's rude. How rude. Under the diplomacy screen, under the large thumbs up. Right, diplomatic lens. Okay, do you mean over here? Diplomacy screen under the large thumbs up. So let's click this guy and go diplomacy. It might be reverse sway, I'm not sure. Are you doing the bankroll thing I showed you yesterday? I think I did 1 or 2 of those on the Japan run. They haven't been willing to give us that in a lot of spots, the bankroll. I think as the bankroll gets too big, it maybe becomes a problem. Do we care if they're obsessed with fine art? They'll decrease consumption of services, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Do we want anything from España? Probably not. We could liberate some guys. Transfer some subjects, liberate subjects, make dominion. Could you humiliate Spain? Kinda don't like them joining against us, so I guess, maybe? I don't know. Oh, when I can evolve the choose sides screen for this, supporting. Oh, so this is part of the reverse sway mechanic that's new in patch 1.5. So like, let's say like the offer support. So we can offer like a sway, so Tugert, where I don't even think we can get to them. I think they're too interior. Not sure where they are. Where is Togurt? Getting lost in the sauce of trying to find Togurt. But the idea is we can offer support for them to join us. Or for us to join them, sorry, rather. So for example, here, Australia, we could offer support, we could offer transfer states, and then we could have them give us something. They won't give us New South Wales, but like we could maybe get Western Australia, which will look nice on the map. Or we could offer support, and then these guys will give us stuff as well. Transfer states. Tasmania is actually pretty good, if I recall correctly. And they'll give us anything. Tasmania has the opiums. But so, like, it's probably optimal for us to offer support here. I can't make them become a subject, but we could just pick up Victoria here. But sometimes they don't want our help, sadly. Sometimes they don't want our help. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. It is definitely a nice one. Russia ended their embargo with the USA. The worst timeline. We'll take the chance. Support chance. That'll be nice. Gonna have to do a landing on Mexico. We'll see how that goes. We're probably gonna do 2 landings. I think the 70 stack is not mobilized, so we'll land with the 70 stack and the 58 stack and hope that, so I guess we actually want to station them over as close as possible. So we'll station this guy and this guy over there so that they have the shortest distance to travel. When we land on this side, I guess we have to do. Russia's antagonistic, the truth hurts. Alright, so now time to do some landings. We're gonna land, I guess, in the Yucatan with the 58er, and here in Veracruz with the 70 stack. And then we're gonna need to put our strategic objective as, oh, we can't put it as Mexico. I think we do have the, ooh, we don't have a strategic objective there, so we'll have to make one so that our guys will actually push into Italy, whom is an enemy. And then I guess we need to land Spain too. Land with our 43 stack, I guess. Something like this. Probably going to continue for another 10-15 minutes, something like this. Alright. New money. Yeah, buddy. Actually, I want to see macroeconomics. I want to see the effects of this, so this kind of... maybe we'll speed this up a little bit. I like how it tells us when a belligerent's in default, too, on this one. It's pretty nice. Once we occupy that, we'll have to set a new thing. So we auto get the landing in, but then we have to wait for our troops to get there. Yeah, that's fine with me. That's in 1.4 that it tells you? Okay. Can you still do Super Germany cheese the old way or the old-fashioned way? Well, it's really easy to get obligations with reverse sways. So we just got a reverse sway on Austria, and that's how we formed Super Germany pretty easily. We'll try and get plus relations with the Shogunate, mainly because I think we're capped out on friendly, and now we can get them into the customs union using the obligation, so we'll do that. The good old wary and in the customs union. But if we could pass multiculturalism, we'd be super set. Still been looking around for a authoritarian or sorry, not authoritarian, humanitarian or Another guy, we have a really long cooldown. We have several humanitarians that are Intelligentsia, but in the military and stuff, but we like low rolled getting it into power. So what's this guy? This guy is pacifist, so we won't recruit him. Probably just gonna let those guys sit there for a while and let them die out. Oil's the future, it's not the children, it's the oil, the children of the corn, etc., mostly etc. Alright, so we get this other landing, and now our guys finally arrive. National People's Party. Super legitimate. Let's go, baby. So we can increase taxes here, and then now we're in a surplus. So of course, there's only one thing to do. Look where we have the lowest upkeep. And add a bunch of construction. It's at the back of the queue, so we'll pull out a little bit of a thing and then do the things. How's the patch going? I'm kind of anxious about bugs and to-dos in the current beta and lack of explanation on military. Yeah, I mean, if you are expressing concern, I would recommend not playing it. The public beta, it's definitely like an open beta. It will be really buggy and like the user experience is not all that great, but I'm super hyped about all the new mechanics and all this stuff, and so I'm enjoying playing it, but this because I'm interested in the new things and like the new systems and this type of thing more so than the play experience being good. Like currently it feels incredibly, like the play patterns feel incredibly tedious with the way things are set up, so. But I think that they're working on, they're gonna fix it, and so. It's kind of my overall assessment. Could we please get a humanitarian? I also absolutely hate the play patterns for. I think they should really nerf multiculturalism or make it so that it's not necessary for migration. It just greatly amplifies it because like just kind of sitting around waiting to try and get a multiculturalism guy is like not a fun play pattern. In theory, we could be safe scumming them. But like, I don't know. Maybe we're almost at the point where we should be decreasing taxes. End of the century. Let's see. State penalties from turmoil. Arts academies throughput. Academics get disloyal. Do we even have turmoil in this place? What do we care what this? I mean, it's going to radicalize all these huge chunk of academics, which all of our academics are here. Why not? We'll just click it. Third option. Maybe we kick the construction to the front of the coup, yeah? This is a lot of construction sectors, actually. We'll see how tenable this is. A lot of auto-expanding industries. Things are going pretty good. Can you show off the wine building? Sure. Let's find one. I think there's some, or well, let's actually just do it through here. Vineyards. We have some in here. So this is the new wine building. It makes wine. It only has inputs of, like, it makes wine. It's a plantation. Not sure it should be a plantation over a farm, but whatever. And it just makes the wine. We actually maybe want this one on auto expand, but really just the problem is we don't have any migration allowed. I couldn't quite understand the reverse sway method. Well, once there's a diplomatic play, we can show you. Can't show you without diplo play, though. Where it doesn't have, Victoria doesn't have, God, this is such a dirty pickup. That we get this like this. How's automobile production going? It's going good. We have almost all of our things producing autos, which is actually super nice. Almost all of our engine places. Just a few, like, really tall ones we're not. And those are just producing engines for, like, the rest of whatever. But, like, I think this one's not. But almost all of our places are producing autos. This would actually make more money with the autos, allegedly, ostensibly, ecumenically. But, like, this one is producing autos. The autos are, like, the price on the autos is really high as a result of public consumption, which is nice. Like, we haven't seen this in-game at all yet, and so now it, like, actually feels like a decent tech and a decent good and, like, this type of thing. It actually really cranks up profitability of those places a lot, I think. I mean, I'd have to double-check, but, like, the PM is not incredibly efficient, but that it effectively it inflates demand, and then POPs will consume less transportation, which is going to reduce the price of... Well, I'm actually not 100% sure if I think that effect is good, but I have to think about that a little bit. Someone can offer you a piece of their land to join their side? Yes. Or you can ask for something in exchange for you joining. So that's why it's reverse sway. So instead of needing to wait for them to offer something, you can ask for something. Is the way it works. We're getting close to 1 billion GDP. I think we just popped the 1 billion GDP when we get macroeconomics. Car outside. Does reverse sway even have much historical probably. I mean, I feel like you can ask for something to get someone be like, hey, we'll join if you give us this. Reverse sway history. Germany offered Mexico back their land from the United States if they joined. And then that reverse sway was not successful. It was like the opposite is successful, but that there's a historical precedent there. Hey, Switzerland. They're in our customs union. We're not going to eat them now. No eating of the Swiss. Sorry, guys. I know you wanted to see it. Industry can consume transportation versus free movement. Yeah, I think that's the idea. But you also don't want your transportation price to get too depressed. But maybe this isn't a problem. Because it seems like you have an overabundance of infrastructure now. Like, the infrastructure does not seem to be a problem. As a result of, infrastructure does not seem to be a problem in the slightest, because you now get infrastructure from urban centers. Like, a lot. So this gives us 200 infrastructure. Now it's not fully employed, it's at equilibrium employment, but oh, and I guess this consumes the transportation, so maybe you want the automobiles because it helps out the urban side. I don't know. Which are giving, like, a lot of the, I don't know. I don't know. Donkey. One day we'll finish this war. The war seems like it's taking a while. Germany rolled in that one within Mexico sway. Well, we just declared war on them. So I believe that's why that is going on. Serbia wants a trade agreement. I don't think you're big enough, my guy. We could just look to expand the customs union. I'm not super married to it though. So now they're a subject of ours. The thing will update. It updated. Maybe we want a defensive pact with these guys. Don't hate it. As long as they're in our customs union at least. We can lower taxes. We're going to become into the higher righteous bracket, which is going to help us get more loyalists. Tax and revolt against us? No. So hopefully no one gets swayed to their side or something like this. But it's there's like a ton of weird situations where people like subject war goals getting bricked really aggressively, which seems to be why you can't protectorate people anymore. Or I'm guessing this is one of the reasons. Oh, I also really hate this mechanic. When someone capitulates, all you guys get unassigned from France in a war. So like, the Mexico, the primary guy capitulated, so all our guys got unassigned from the Spain front. Will you accept humiliate Spain? Yeah, they'll accept, so we're done with that. And now we have a huge amount of our army mobilized for this, and if we demobilize them, it takes like a half a year to get them back. So this is not necessarily super ideal. We're gonna demobilize a lot of them though. Over 900 million GDP. Cranking up a little bit. I mean, we're starting to, these places are starting to get built tall enough that we are starting to get some significant economies of scale bonuses. But it's, the process of building up tall is actually like way harder now. Like this place can't get employed. There's not enough local demand for a lot of these things. How can we buoy that up? You need glass. This looks super profitable. But we could also depress the price of cotton here. So we're going to put this on auto expand. Trade center is making a lot of money. The tools are making a decent amount of money. Let's up this. What's this? So we could reverse sway here. We could offer support to Morocco. And ask for any war goal on the UK, ask for an obligation, but they won't transfer their states or anything like this, so we're gonna stay out of it. The biggest thing is it you incur 0 infamy, which I'm not sure is appropriate. Did the proletarian revolt occupy Texas? God damn it. Yeah, they did. So I'm not certain we could do this without switching sides. It might be time to give up control of Texas. Tejas. There we go. Hopefully that works. We'll see. Really wanting to see how macro does though. How are we doing with tech spread? Are we spreading anything? Spread them. Trench works. Ah. That's a good one to get. Could probably delete some more unis though, considering we're not really tech spreading. And we're not like trying to stimmy up the economy. So we'll actually delete down to 51, which I think will be enough to really keep going. UK is embargoing us, big sad. We get reg bodies, cool. See if there's insufficient tax capacity anywhere. There's not. We would want to get on elected bureaucrats overall, because that'll just help out a lot. So we're gonna peruse and see, okay, how long until we can exile? What's our exile cooldown? 19 months. Okay, is there anyone we can invite that is an anarchist? Well, actually, let's only show available. Anarchist or humanist? No, there's not. So, is there a good way? I'm hoping there is, that we can get elected bureaucrats. Yikes. Well, I guess these guys aren't, like, radicalizing or anything. They just, like, pretty much don't like it, but elected bureaucrats would be preferable, so... maybe we could invite someone who would support elected bureaucrats? Probably not. No. Actually, do radicals? No, they don't. They do not support it, Sam I am. They do not support it in a pan. They do not support it in a boat. They would not support it with a moat. They do not support it Sam I am. I do not support it with Zeets and ham. So I'm playing as Russian. I have no idea how to deal with the Pebrine epidemic. I'm not certain about that particular one. It might be tech related. Make sure we're damaging relations with everyone who is a dominion of ours. They're more likely to join against us, but we want to make sure that we can subjugate them. SOL cranking up. Look at this. Look at us. Super high SOL over here. Texas proletarian revolt is in default. But here's the thing. We land them, and then they immediately get to repush. So our navies have to hit it simultaneously. See, this is what I'm talking about. So we would have to swap sides to capitulate or just give up Texas. Because when we land, our armies aren't there. We don't have a navy to do that. Alright, fine. Nice event. Nice roll. Not like the Japan run. The Japan run, I think, has the most unlucky I've ever been trying to roll things. And we suddenly acquired way more bureaucracy, so we don't even need this, but we do want to increase our workplace institution anyways, so we'll start working on that for the dangerous working conditions. Someone's importing a lot of steel from us. Good yard. I think that the company we are using, we can swap. Yeah. Although we do have a lot of prosperity, it's not giving us too great a bonus. I think instead we want to establish this one. And now look to up the cotton plantations. Now, I have to imagine... we want the EOS here, so we're just going to sort by where we don't have EOS. And I have to imagine Lombardy, let's go over there, but I have to imagine that's kind of where they're pushing EOS. Yeah, they are. So we're going to make sure we max out that in Lombardy. And East Angola, I think, is moving towards that, I assume. But they don't really have the employment. Yeah, we so desperately need multiculturalism to allow all the Chinese migrants to come out to here to get this stuff. Really a bit of a problem. SOL breaking 15 for the first time this run. It really does feel like you like accelerate a lot at the end here, so it's kind of nice. Why are we building construction? We're hemorrhaging money super hard. I don't know. Regulatory bodies better to save pop than private healthcare? I'm not sure. I think we are probably going to go public health insurance, though, over private. I have to recheck the math on some of this stuff, though. But you see this? We actually can't get through to them. And our navy has to not actually be in this region directly, so we're gonna deploy to C node, we're gonna deploy to here, and we're gonna deploy this guy, deploy to C node, here. So now both these guys will leave. And then we'll have both of them try and land simultaneously. Maybe this will work with our 70 stack armies. We'll see what we can do. So now they're both in the same node, so they should arrive simultaneously, right? Which we need, because then we auto get both of them, so this will be good for us. They're also in default, which is nice. GDP is super cranking up. What happened in BC, Lamau? British Columbia? I don't know. Things? Stuff? Reason? Wouldn't a better tax policy improve your SOL? It would. What are we on? Oh, Jesus. I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize we're on this. It would also make us way more money. Yeah, you're right. This would be what we... Actually, you know what? We're so not far into elected bureaucrats that we're actually going to come off this now. Actually, even though we would prefer elected bureaucrats, my brain is just like trying to make sense of everything. It does radicalize the industrialists. We don't hyper love that, but you know, graduated taxation would be way better. Yeah, I agree. We of course make the guys mad, so we have to deal with that. Everyone under 40, we're going to add one, and then we're going to look to push economies of scale in kind of the highest places. The highest places with some labor. Let's push Brandenburg up to 51, which is going to be really good for just adding. You know, it's funny. What's funny though is most of our stuff is like bureaucracy costs. So if we had bureaucracy, that would be like way better for doing that. We do get the full occupation though here now. Thank you for pointing that out. That was a miss by me. Alright, so here, we can offer support to France to transfer some states. What we would love is we would actually love this state, right? Or East Sahara actually would be pretty good. Actually, maybe we want Timbuktu, to be honest. For less border gore. Or we could offer support to Siam. Oh, we don't want to actively fight our ally. Or this. Or we can ask, they'll give us any state to help them out. Is there a way to break the... No. If there's only one state that could get in, we could actually maybe break their war by taking the state as for bankroll. They'll bankroll us. I don't think that'll work. Ask to become protectorate. What is the war goal on them? Just out of curiosity. Open the market. Conquer, conquer. Well... I become subject, destroyer of worlds. Guessing they say yes. And then I think we're gonna demobilize everyone who isn't these big fat stacks, to be honest. Because I think that we want to be able to utilize people for landings. Actually, we can station the 58 stack, right? We can station them in Siam, so they're ready. They're ready to peel off if a landing happens. Oh, we're getting so close. GDP is gonna pop off when we get macro. Because it's, as you get more and more of, you know, MAPI, last 5% decreased the penalty we were having by a third. This one will decrease it by 50%, right? So the closer you are to 100, the more valuable, like, 5% is. You know, for the initial tech, going from 70 to 85 is really, really powerful, but going from 90 to 95 is also really powerful. Disappearing interest. Why? I wish they changed this so this would actually, like, work properly. Alright, so we're gonna naval invade. Not with the 58 stack, though. Not with the 58 stack. Oh, they're still demobilizing. Fair enough. But hopefully we get a push off on them. I completely forgot. Oh, we put in get a protector. We could have put in more goals on France specifically. Maybe even Lib Occitania, something like this. I'm not sure. We're getting so close to the moment of truth here. Oh, why is China importing stuff from us? No. Why do you leave our market? Man. Why did that happen? Damn. I mean, Japan's still in our market, so we'd still benefit a lot from stuff. Reasons, things. Oh, there's not even a strategic objective. God. Okay. Oh, Kurt, I see you. Well, we have significant trade going on with Great Qing starting it, but they're in the Italian market. How you fitting to join the Italian market? Maybe they got reverse swayed. Maybe they got swayed. That's probably what happened. That's obnoxious. I mean, we're cordial now. We are gonna try and get him back. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. MAPI directly influence GDP? It directly influences GDP. We should instantly see an uptick and then a lagging uptick on the basis of... I think they're super happy with us, so we can do their judgment can't be trusted. So, MAPI, when you have more sell orders in a province, like we have more sell orders of sulfur here, what MAPI does is it depresses the price, which means this sells at a depressed price, right? The sulfur mines that are here in this province here. Let's, yeah, so in Saxony. So the sulfur price is depressed. What MAPI will do is it'll move this price, this depressed sulfur price here, whatever the sulfur price is here, it'll move this price closer to the market price. And your GDP is based on the sell orders of all the places in all your places. So when the price of this goes up, this will increase the GDP. Furthermore, in areas where you have local prices where you have a balance in the other direction, so for example here, the local price is higher than the market price for iron here, right? What it will do is, since we have a ton of buy orders for iron, it's going to decrease the, for example, cost of steel in Saxony. And since we have more buy orders than sell orders for steel here, when the price of iron goes down, it will increase the margin, and the margin is used to calculate, you know, your GDP calculation is based on this minus the goods that went in. And so when the goods that went in are minus down, and this iron is less than the amount of iron that was, you know, inputted, or when the amount of iron that's getting consumed is less, it is preferable to have the price of iron be low if the amount of iron you're consuming in a province is greater than the amount you're producing. I said, okay. So, MAPI will also bring down the price of iron towards the market price here, because we have excess buy orders here, and this will also increase GDP. And so when we get this, I mean, I don't think it's going to be as profound as like when you first research stock exchange. I think stock exchange is way better. I think it should be bigger than the Zeppelin's research though when we hit macro here. And so And then not only that, trade becomes better because trade influences prices in a more direct way. Because you're changing the market price with trade, and the higher proportion of market price that's used to calculate stuff, the better. So, expecting this to kick us over $1 billion in like 2 ticks time. If we're at we're probably going to be pretty close to $1 billion either way at that point. But yeah, we'll see how it goes though. If we stall out at 950 here, I think it'll kick us up over $1 billion, which represents, by the way, like a pretty substantive increase. That's like a 6-7% increase in GDP off of one tech. Like, it's pretty good. And it looks like we are stalling around 950, so I guess we're gonna get to see it, or we're kind of stalling around 950. Well, I thought GDP calcs the base. No, it's not on the base style buy orders in the market. If you increase the price of stuff, it increases GDP. Which is one of the reasons why you would prefer to have all expensive things in your market instead of all cheap things. I mean, you would generally prefer to have all even priced things with a couple of asterisks. Like, you would prefer to have slightly cheaper agrarian goods because their PMs are more efficient per input at creating, like, more expensive outputs. But this is, like, relatively like more complex because you can get more inputs a lot easier. Hey, look, France gets wrecked. We love to see it. But yeah, our GDP's stalling out. We got another 5 weeks here, and then we'll be in it. But like, I mean, passing multiculturalism would do more for us right now than getting 5 MAPI. Can we exile a guy yet? 12 weeks. So that's probably going to be the next episode. We're going to get multiculturalism. Death and taxes. Oh man, I was hoping it would be the other guy. Now we have a positivist. Alright, fair enough. Your food company wasn't prosperous last time you checked? Yeah, it's probably not. We have to decrease the price of the inputs, I think. But was mainly... I think these guys have the best bonuses. It's kind of hard to keep their bonuses because as you build more of these things, they all get less prosperous, or less productive. We really want to conquer some dirt that has rice. I think that this is going to be a really important metagame consideration, getting a rice province, which actually means, like, Beijing doesn't have rice, and neither does Shaanxi. They both have grain. So conquering one of these lower ones might be a lot better. But, you see, now we get macroeconomics. So this increases the number of companies. We're not going to add another company, but we're going to wait to the next tick. And I'm expecting to see this pop up in, like, you know, a pretty aggressive way. Maybe we go telephones? Plastics is probably pretty good. You just go ahead of time for compression ignition. That's like super ahead of time though. Maybe we go political agitation. I'm not sure what we're supposed to go. I don't know. What do we do? Mnemonic tools, I guess. Is that better than plastics? It's probably not better than plastics. Alright. So, expecting up. Well, it didn't tick up. That's weird. Huh. Why is that not bringing up our GDP? It brought up our GDP a lot more last time. I mean, now you see the GDP coming up to the mid-60s, which it wasn't at before, but that's not necessarily... We're also... Oh, now it's 69. Okay, because places also have to adjust employment too. 79. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We were stalled for several weeks at 950, and now it's jumping 10 each time. Let's see. Mid-70s. But also, our trade routes should adjust in a more favorable way as well. Or we should be able to run more trade routes more profitably. The trade routes to increase the price of goods that we are like specializing in will be more effective at increasing the price of those goods. And Or maybe we don't want to do too many trade routes. Let's not do too many trade routes and just watch this, like, 79. So not quite as... It's not as big an effect as I thought it was about to be, but... I think it's still... a reasonably large effect here. 80, okay, 80, now high 80s. I played with food companies, it was hard to keep it prosperous. Yeah, I think you have to really go after the inputs, but, like, if you build too much of the thing, if you overbuild the thing that you're getting a construction bonus on, you, like, lose the thing. Alright, now down to high 70s. As always, there's, like, a lot of moving parts in Victoria 3, so it's, like, hard to... It can be very hard to pin stuff down. Like, so our GDP, when the war ended, dropped, like, 10 million. That's because we didn't have more expensive... of the wartime goods, right? So that's actually, like, a reason for your GDP to fall in a way that, like, it's like, well, okay, but if we, like, if we added a bunch of construction sectors real quick, this would increase the other stuff. And now we're up to 992, so, like, I mean, a relatively quick come up. Not quite as... I thought it would be, like, a little bit more like a light switch, but I still think, you know, it's pushing it up in a relatively robust way. Yeah. Probably should cull some of the unprotected trade routes. But that's not direct impact. It's building and trade adjusting. I think the GDP calcs on the base buy-sell orders. Thanks for the explanation. I could be mistaken. Let's actually, okay, let's take a look and see if it tells us GDP. The market price values of your national production is reduced by the goods used to put... Alright. We already knew that. It didn't work that way in 1.0. Which is why it was possible to get, like, GDP of, like, 50 million or whatever. Oh my god, I just get a bunch of... Gonna end the stream pretty soon, though. Victoria 3 Wiki. How is GDP calculated? My understanding is the market price affects things, because I know, like, mobilizing and conscripting greatly affects GDP. It increases it. Like, right now we're not mobilized. If we were mobilized, we would have a billion GDP, and that we aren't creating enough buy orders. But yeah, we should cull some of the trade routes, but I mean, especially the really not productive ones, but also not super upset about, like, moving prices in a way. The thing is if we get a price fluctuation that would make this profitable, we would have much rather had them still there. But I think we'll cull some of these as well. Some of these, like, non-existent ones. Not active. Well, like, I mean, if we'd stop getting embargoed, we'd actually prefer to, like, have those routes resume. I don't know. It depends how, like, much you want to micromanage it. I was expecting a little bit more movement, though. This is the first time I've researched macro. I mean, we saw a lot more movement the other time when we researched Zeppelins. I think Zeppelins doesn't give anything else either. Airship mooring post. Oh yeah, we haven't even done survey skyscraper site or either the isthmuses or whatever. But, like, everything's also going up faster. Yeah, we're about to hit 1 billion here. Than it was, like, when we were in, like, the 50s or whatever. I think it's a really strong modifier. Alright, now that we're a billion, we could just increase some of these. Consolidated Petroleum's probably going to be one we stick in for forever. It's just going to be 10% migration attraction. And this one is the one that we're going to shuffle around now. But this will like always be productive, and migration attraction is a strong modifier. And throughput on oil is actually also pretty good. The 20% throughput bonus. Something like this. But I think that's going to be it. Tomorrow we will be starting at 9:30 for the 3v3v3. So that is big super excited about that. And, you know, that'll be a lot of fun. What's our pop look like over time? I guess this is since 35 now. I thought this was a bugged out chart, but our pops come up pretty good amounts. You know, gaining Chinese provinces or whatever, but it's like really kicking up now. But if you enjoyed, feel free to like, comment, subscribe. If you do want to get notifications, hit the notification bell. Other than that, have a good day. I'm going to run an ad, and then I shall be on my way. If you have been sitting an extended period of time, though, I do encourage you to get up and take a walk. It will probably make you feel better in a general sense, kind of no matter what's going on. I'm probably going to take a walk after this now, too, or get something to eat and then take a walk. But it's just getting the blood flowing, improves mood, reduces all-cause mortality. Have a good one. And then now we are still here with all the people who have ad block and whatever, Prime or whatever. But to those of you who are still here, adieu, farewell, bye-bye.